And hey, the mic's working this time. That's good. Hello, everybody. I see a Knightson in chat and a Drekken in chat and probably some other lurkers that aren't saying anything, and that's cool. Ooh, let me get into game view. I'm already here. So I've been busy. I've been very busy since last time. I get out of photo mode. I have since last stream I have been getting all the trucks running and everything is working very well. I'm gonna drive the wrong way. But I've made some little cosmetic passes and I've gotten some more little details added here and there. But essentially, all the routes are recorded, everything is running. I have had no deadlocks with the trucks, which is one of my major fears with this setup. But everything seems to be working just fine. So this setup is good to go. Very good. I did do some thinking, and I've made mistakes, of course, but like, after doing this, I have realized that I could technically have used less truck stops. That's fine, but the more I think about it, the more I'm like, you know what, it doesn't matter, because more truck stations means more vehicles driving around, which means, hey, it's more alive, right, the world? So real quick, I do want to take a small detour and check out... It is a Dirk. Hello, Dirk. How you doing, Drekken? Thanks for coming to the stream. Yeah, I did want to take a small detour over to my former coal plant that has since been destroyed last stream and kind of show what I've done. Well, wow, this thing has too much grip. Too much torque. It's trying to pop a wheelie. Good, just chilling? Ooh. So yeah, this area used to be my coal power plant. That has all been ripped up. I took out all of the concrete that was here and I replaced it with a very simple 2 truck stations for these tractors to come pick up coal. And I put down my little postmarks for letting me know where to drive, making it look nice and detailed. And essentially I'm just feeding in both belt inputs here into each truck station. Since there's 4 coal nodes here, I'm just loading them up with fuel and feeding the station with both belts non-stop. And so now, instead of this area being a huge paved over concrete slab, it is now just 4 miners and a couple of stations with some ramps on it. Simple and easy. And this is probably what I'm going to try to do for most of my resource pickups from this point forward in the playthrough. We'll see how long that lasts, but I'm thinking this is pretty much what I'm going to be doing for a lot of it. Is just trying to utilize the natural roads in the area and use that to ferry resources from across the biome to a more centralized location for processing. And part of that is for me to finally, I did do some work on it off stream, I couldn't help myself, I had to try and figure out the process a little bit. But off stream I did finally start hooking up the inputs for my starter factory. Funny, I know. But yeah, I am ready to start hooking things up for real now and get things running. I haven't actually run anything yet, so I wanted to save that for actually doing it here on stream. But everything is connected, all the truck stations are receiving deliveries, nothing is deadlocked yet. Here's hoping it stays that way. But yeah, everything seems to be doing just fine. I've got all the belts hooked up top, I've got them fed into the building here where I intended to put them, and I actually started running the connections for the first set of blocks here. So I've already done some connections off stream, but I just did that literally a little bit ago today just to make sure everything was working. I wanted to test my system, and I wanted to test out and make sure my signs worked out. Everything seems to be good. So real quick, what I've done here, just to kind of speed run the explanation of this here. Every truck station is represented by a single belt here. I can't slide under them. Let me try this. And so every truck station is numbered 1 through 8. There's technically 9 here. One is just delivering fuel. This one, number 9, is just delivering fuel for all the rest of them so they can keep driving forever. So one of them here drives and picks up a bunch of coal. It doesn't actually use this amount, but it is what is brought in. So I could probably lower that to like whatever the average is, so I could lower that to like 57, I think that's what this said, 52. Something to that effect. That's probably about how much all these trucks use. But the rest are bringing in full truckloads of iron ore, 2,500, 2,500. And all the truck stations are full since they've been running for a while. I wanted to make sure everything could fully saturate. So all of those are up and running. All the resources are lifted up top and across the top here into the drop-off point. And since every station is numbered, I went ahead and made sure to trace and hook up each belt one at a time here so I could label it and keep track of what's what. So above all the inputs here I have numbers so that I know which truck station is which line. And then from there I have taken my sign system here so that I can help keep track in case I run into any issues, if I did anything wrong in my blueprints for the different blocks or any of the connections up top. If anything is wrong, I can trace it back and know where the heck the issues might have come from. If something weird gets into the truck stations that shouldn't be there and deadlocks a bunch of machines because they're getting the resources they're not expecting, then I can figure out what happens. That's the idea anyway. Plus I just like signs. I think they're useful for looking interesting for a factory, so that's why I have signs all over the place, labeling everything. So the idea here with my signs is on the inputs will be red, outputs will be blue, much like the signs here are that color blue. I don't have them yet because I'll be doing those later, but the idea is for every block here, the block being a section of factory that's up top that you can't see yet, I have the destination of the resources in, the item that's expected to be on the belt in, and the expected rate of item flow on the belt. So I got the item, location, origin, the speed of the belt, the item icon, and then the item throughput rate. So here I've got 2 inputs on this block, which is represented by these 2 belts, and so each belt is expecting and can only use 180 iron ore. So if I actually go up top, I can sort of explain my reasoning here, but essentially what I'm doing is every block here, if I go into my blueprints, let's see, blueprints, every block up top is an iron smelting block that I've created a blueprint for. And so it's expecting 360 iron ore, and it will turn that into 360 iron ingots per minute. Each block, and I have 6 represented by, this is row F on my factory map, so this is the 6th block of this. Over here is F5, which is another block, same thing, so these are all making this into iron ingots. And so I'm bringing in quite a bit here. I've got 8 Mark III belts, which can each hold a maximum of 270 items per minute, so I am bringing in... Hi Confused, I almost said hi CanCan. You said CanCan. Hi Confused, welcome to the stream. So I'm bringing in 2,160 iron ore per minute, and I'm going to turn that into 2,160 iron ingots per minute from this row of factory blocks down the line. And then from there, I'm going to slowly filter things down from the output belts on each block to the other blocks down the road so that I can start making iron plates. On that end, iron rods. And then from those rods I can make screws. And then from those screws and iron plates I can combine those in my assembler blocks over here to make reinforced iron plates. And then over here I've got more blocks of assemblers so that I can make modular frames. And that can be all the output that this factory makes. Everything that is made will get filtered down through these lanes, up in... Oh, where's the coffee? I have it with me. I made sure to bring it with me. Here's the coffee. But ultimately everything will get made and stored over on this row and to the left where the main entrance to the factory is. And so that is the plan for now, and actually if I run up top real quick I can look at that factory map I've made and very quickly highlight what's going on here. It is right here at the front entrance. And so here's the factory blocks for the row F that I was talking about. These are all stacks of smelters. And so all that iron ore in the basement is going to filter up into each of these stacks, get turned into iron ingots. Each one will take 30 and produce 30. 30 iron ore in, 30 iron ore out. I've got 12 on every stack. And I have 6 stacks, so that's quite a bit of resources coming in and out. All the resources will flow on the bottom, and I do have glass floors here in certain spots, so once things get moving and I get everything hooked up, every now and then you can look down and watch the things flow. But yeah, this is technically my starter factory, since this is the first big build I've ever done. Definitely a lot of things could have been improved. This is my first time trying anything at this scale, so definitely learned a lot trying this. First and foremost being that I have actually twice as many truck stops as I need, technically, but I actually like it this way. Like I said earlier, more vehicles equals more traffic, makes the world feel more alive, and I'm going to have even more trucks running around doing other things later, so that'll be fun. So yeah, let me continue. I think I've actually hooked up everything on the first row here. Let me run down the line and check, but every belt has been accounted for. I made sure to track each row as I was going so that I could label the inputs appropriately so that I know, hey, I have to split. Oh yeah, and to feed each of these machines, since these are full belts at Mark III, that's 270 items per minute each belt, and I have 8 belts, right? And since I have 6 blocks, each with 2 inputs that are expecting 180 items a minute each, well, 270 divided by 180 is not quite a nice number, it's 1.5. So if I split each belt into 3 using a splitter, that means each belt coming out of the splitter will be 90 items per minute. And so what I've done is I've taken every belt from the truck stations here and split each one 3 ways. And then from that 3-way split, I then combine every 2 into one of the inputs, because 90 times 2 is 180. And so this means I'm technically perfectly load balancing every input, which means these machines should technically be running at full efficiency as long as the belts are full coming in, which they should be because the truck stations are full and the trucks are not crashing into each other, so that's a good thing. I'm still waiting for that message for vehicles are deadlocked to pop up at any moment, because like, it can happen at any time, I'm sure. But so far, things have been smooth. But yeah, essentially what I've done is I've just split each line 3 ways and then combined every 2 until I've gotten every output ready to go. I haven't connected them to the factory blocks yet, even though they are ready to go, so as soon as I start plugging in these belts, these factory blocks will start producing, assuming I did things right. So let's try it out and see what happens. I have never done this, so I have no clue if anything up top is working yet. And assuming this works, then eventually I should start expecting to be seeing iron ingots coming off of these 2 belts as my outputs. And if I do that for every row, then that should start working. So if I start hooking these up, I'm going to go down the line and start hooking everything up and seeing what happens. Hopefully, everything will work fine. And I'm also hoping that none of my logistics blocks here, like my smelter 3-floor stack logistics 2 in and 2 out, that's what the numbering there means. I'm hoping none of that was screwed up, because I tried to make sure I did all my logistics in the blueprint, so I didn't have to do it every single time I did a belt here. All the work I have to do down here, besides figuring out the input rates, is just connect them to the input belts, and then run the output belts to wherever they need to go next. So everything is pretty much done for me in the blueprints. That's the goal of those blueprints, to just make it as simple as possible to do the hookups. And everything is just done for me. Easy peasy. That's the hope anyway. Once I hook these up, I'm gonna run upstairs and check out the top and see if they're running correctly. Because I'm going to take this one stack at a time, and once these are done, I'm going to start running these iron ingots out to the respective blocks down below, referencing the factory map as I go, of course. I believe the nearest stairway up there is actually from out here, now that I think about it. So now everything should start flowing, at least for a little bit, until the machines fill up. But yeah, this is everything running at max speed, apparently, which should be ideal. So let me find the nearest stairway up, so if I follow my white signs, I should be able to find the next stairway up to the top floor. So yeah, I've got ladders here, technically, that can take me up. And here we go. So now all of these smelter stacks should be working. Assuming everything was done right. Nothing's showing up to here. So again, there might be some issues, so I gotta troubleshoot as I go, which is why I want to take things one bit at a time. So in this middle floor, let's see what is happening here. I do have lifts. Actually, I think I know what's happening. So if I go down to the bottom here, what I did in these logistics floors is I actually used, I'm pretty sure I used smart splitters and not regular splitters. No, this is regular splitters, hold on. I know in some of them I did use smart splitters. Oh yeah, I did, here we go. Here's some smart splitters. So what I did is I forced it to use one line first before going out to the rest, so that if because I was expecting to do overflow on all of these. So technically what this means is it is still technically overflowing. What I could do to change it is to switch all these to any. Because what this is doing is, since I've got 4 rows of 3 inputs for the 12 smelters up top, essentially. I've got a row of 4, 3 high. Each floor hole here represents one of those stacks of smelters. And so since I've got smart splitters here, it's basically filling up one row first until it fully backs up, and then it's going to start saturating the rest. So that's why up top I didn't see anything happening in half of the machines. So that makes sense. So if I run back up top here, I forgot I did that, but once I looked at it, I just remembered immediately. I was like, oh yeah, that's why that's happening. So yeah, it seems like every other machine right now is currently running because the smart splitters are prioritizing the closer machines in their row down below. So these will be running until they completely fill up with iron ore, and then once these completely saturate, the overflow will spill over into the next row, and it'll start adding to these machines in the 2nd and 4th rows up, if that makes any sense. Since these aren't running yet, these 2 are. But everything is running. I do have the specific input rates matched, so once everything is fully saturated, this should just, everything up here should just be running at full efficiency forever. Well, until the machine's completely filled, because I don't have the iron ingots connected to anything yet. But as I go, the next blocks here make plates, 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 and plates. So I've got 4 stacks for iron plates, and then I've got 4 more stacks down here, side by side. So these 2, D2 and C2, and then D1 and C1 are designed for iron rods. So if I take that blueprint, that is my iron rods blueprint. Represented on the map here as these 4 stacks. So that there represents these 2 blocks here and these 2 blocks here. So all of the iron ingots come in from the input here. They're filtering down into the F row for all the smelter stacks, which are these iron ingot stacks. Each one is going to feed directly, each one of these is going to feed directly into the iron plate stacks right next to them in the row. So that should just be a 1-to-1 connection. So I've got 2 output belts on each of these stacks and then 2 input belts on these. So it should just be 1-to-1. No messing about needed there with splitters or anything. And then with these stacks, if I check my rates here on the blueprint, let's see, for the iron rods, whoops, I did not mean to select it. I just want to highlight the tooltip here. Let's see. Okay, so on the right side there, I have my rates as 180 ingots in and 180 rods out. And that's per stack, so that's 4 times. And since I'm getting 360 items out of these from the 2 belts, 180 each, then I think I can just feed again 1 belt in, 1 belt in, and from here, 1 belt in and 1 belt in, and then again, that should just be really simple and straightforward to get those hooked up. So I think that would be the next step. Let me find the quickest way down, which should be the stairway here. And then I can start working on those connections. So everything in this first row seems to be working as intended. So So let me double check the inputs on these logistics floors just to make sure that they're set up right. I want to double check my sanity before I do anything here. So yeah, this one looks like it's a 1 input in and a 1 output row here for this block, and then same thing for C1, same thing. And then D2 and C2 here is going to be the same thing, just on the other side here. I've got them walled up so I know which side is technically the front, quote unquote, so I know where to take the belts. So again here, there's the input and the output, and another input here, and an output there, all single belts, so that should be very easy. I could probably honestly just sneak it up here along the ceiling and then drop it in, or just, you know, keep it away, because I got stairs here, so I got to dodge the stairs since that was part of a blueprint for stairs, so I didn't quite plan that properly, but I expected things like that to happen, so I'm just going to work with it and try to dodge it and make it look nice. I do expect a lot of the floor space down in this area where I am now, once I'm done, to be completely filled with belts and be awkward to walk around, which is why I have this middle floor here. So yeah, this is just to get things set up. This bottom floor, it's not really going to be easy to walk around in, but it will be here. But if I'm ever going to walk around, once everything is up and running, I'll be on this floor. Basement floor 1. Not basement floor 2, which is this. So let me start from the end, which is technically number 6 down here, column 6. Which is closest to the far wall on the right if you're looking at the front, which would be out there looking in this way. Everything looks the same down here, so I want to make sure I labeled everything so I can try to keep track of my directions here. But do have iron ingots here, and so once again, these should just be 2 outputs, 180 each. I don't have them labeled yet, but I will label them as soon as I drag them out. And I believe those 2 belts there will just feed directly in to these 2 inputs here. And then that will spit out a bunch of iron plates. Let me see the rate on that. I actually forget how much I get out of it. And I'll get out 240 iron plates, and that'll fit on a Mark III belt, so that'll fit on, which can max out at 270 items a minute, so that'll fit on there, easy, 1 belt. No problem. The rest of these logistics should just fit on ground level here. I shouldn't need to sink anything below the floor to fit. So this should be pretty easy actually from here on out. Let's see. So if I take both of these inputs, they go straight into there, and that's their only destination. And then I have this output coming out there, so I will have to dodge that at some point. Could just lift that up over the belt and then carry it along and drop it down when I need to. So those 2 belts there come into these 2 inputs here, and I want it to look nice, so what I could do is drag them straight across, but that is my walking area, so I do want to make sure I have some kind of a walking space, so I might actually stack them over these belts, carry them across, and then straight bend this way, and then straight in from here. So if I plan for that ahead of time, I can put down some poles here perhaps. Let's see, if I take 2 belts in like this, I'll start at the end and work my way forward. That might be the easier way to go. And then I can do here as a straight load input to here. So those are the inputs, and then the output belt there can do a bend and come up, and then maybe end up over here. Everything's going to be kind of freeform here. There's going to be no real consistency probably, so it'll just be what it is. So if that is here, there's a beam in the way, which I knew about from earlier. So if I go back to default mode, I can just do a simple right bend. And then from there, if I go into the conveyor pole, then what I can do is line that up. And so if you've never built right angle belts before on your own without relying on straight build mode, then what I can do is line that up. I want to have that, put it in line with this first one here. So I'll line it up with that belt here, like that. And so if you've never built right angle belts before, then if you have them like this in opposite directions, then you just shift it over 2 spaces, and then it will just be a simple, perfect right angle, just like that, even with a height difference, or even without one. You can do that. It's just 2 nudges, one direction or the other. And so from there I can just continue it straight by building another one, in line. I'll just put it up to the edge there, and then I can easily drop it to the ground. And I think for this I'll try to keep some consistency and just make it a 1.5 foundation distance before I hit the ground. Since you can literally do that at any distance, I'm just trying to have some level of consistency like that. That's actually the same minimum distance that you can have, I think, a piece of rubber track once you get to that point. It's like a foundation and a half. So now I need to get these belts to hook up to there in a nice way. and I think I was going to have them stack over on the far edge here. Although, if I think about it, I do want to have catwalks coming over the top at some point, since I want to be able to have walkable access across, perhaps. I mean, I know it's not going to be a walkable floor, but I do still want to try to make it somewhat accessible. So maybe what I could do is use lifts to get these up in the air and over. And then I can do the same thing on the other side, maybe. So that I can walk from under those belts as they cross. And that means from here, that first belt would be in line. Let's see, let me look at the spacing on this foundation so I can get a rough idea. Side is directly in line with the edge here of the piece. Oops. So if I do the same thing on this side, kind of line it up like so, and then put it over to the middle. I don't have enough room for 2 belts here. Or do I? I do if I put them side by side like this. So if I try to keep that alignment, then this... Actually, I need to rotate this one the other way. Then do that. So that should align with this bar belt, since on the outside, going in. And then another one right beside it doing the same thing. Actually not right beside it, but nudged forward 2 spaces, since they're 2 spaces apart. And then aimed out. That should be a straight line if I did that right. If I lined it up right. Hard part is knowing if I lined it up right. I think I did. So then, if I were to go up here, does that look straight? I think I can jump up there, it's just a little difficult. So yeah, it looks like that is actually straight. So yeah, the 2 foundation, or the 2, like if you hold something and nudge it 2 spaces, that's essentially what I did here. I lined it up and then nudged it back 2 spaces so that could be in line in this direction since it's changing direction. So now if I go to straight build mode, that should just click straight in and carry over. No problem. And I think since I'm feeding that straight into the input here already, then that means this block will start to kick on and start making iron plates. And so I wanted to take things slow and take things one at a time for labeling, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to now put down my output signage and modify that to be correct. So I'm going to go to my blueprints and my factory logistics, and down here I've got my 2x output label, which is for the exit of my blueprints here. So I want to make sure the front is there, line it up to the conveyor pull stands, and place it down. And so here's my 2 belt output label. And so what I'm going to do is these are going to go, so I've got this as, again, the speed of the belt, the item, its destination, and its output speed. So that means the output speed on these is going to be 180 each, so I can copy that and paste it here. And the destination block is block D6. So that means on this I can then change the label here to be D6. And since I can't quite reach that, so it's slightly out of reach, I'll put down a little pillar. Just temporarily so I can stand up here and change it. D6, and then I can just copy and paste it. The item is iron ingots. Whoops. Copy that and paste that, and that is done. And now I want to do the inputs on the other side, since I'm now inputting them as well here. So that means those are going to D6 at that rate, and now I'm going to input them here. I'm sliding on my belt, but let's see, my 2x input label. It's the same thing, just I got to line it up here now. And I can put these literally anywhere in this line here, so I'm going to line it up with this foundation, I think, for this one. That's actually too close. Let me put... Well, that does make sense. It is in line with the beam there since it's in the way. So yeah, I might label these there. That might make the most sense for this block. So again, these are... And again, the block I'm coming from is block F6. So on these, I can change this to say F6. And again, I can't reach it, so I'm going to put down a temporary pillar. And not miss my jump. And I can just copy that and paste it. Item is again iron ingots. Copy that and paste it. And the rate is 180. Copy and paste. So that's my labeling system, and that's pretty much the idea there, so I can definitely keep track of everything and know what's going on, no matter where I am in this factory, or what I'm looking at. So, just to double check, this is correct. And I'm going to do the same thing for the iron plate blocks now. Ah, hello Nahak, welcome to the stream! I'm doing the tedious and, well, maybe not tedious, but the fun part of my mega factory, which is to hook everything up now. Finally, I've got all my inputs here. And I'm starting to connect and label things. It is very nice. So let's see, next row is going to be from here into this block to my right. It's going to be the same process. I'm going to do this 3 more times, so I will do the same pretty basic layout. I'm going to have my 2 inputs coming in from the side, I think from here, and this time I'll line up with the seam, here to here. I'll use some lifts to carry them across. So those I think I'll just lift straight across directly. So what I can do here is just connect the lifts right here and angle them out. Although if I do that, it would kind of block my labels, so I might bring them forward first like I do the rest. So yeah, let me drop down my output labels here real quick. One moment, I am missing. I'm trying to do something here. OBS is blocking my view. There we go. What am I doing? Blueprints. 2x output label, and I will line that up with these pillars here since that is the intention of the blueprint, is for them to be there. So these are going into block D5. So let me update the signage here. It's gonna be a lot of this, at least for this part of the stream. See how far I get after this. It's a little close, but these are going to D6 or D5, right? I already forgot. Double check for my insanity. Yeah, going to D5, and the rate is again 180 each. And the item is iron ingots. And it didn't save because I didn't use this icon. Select icon. There we go. Now I can escape out of it. And paste over the wrong sign. Good job. There we go. So, Mark 3 belts, iron ingots, 180 items per minute, going to block D5. So these again I will go ahead and hook up from this end in straight build mode. That can go in the inner connection, and that can be the outer connection. And here I'm going to have inputs, so here's my 2 times input label. Again, I'm going to try to line up, I think with the beam is what I did with the last block, so it'll do the same thing here. And just as before, 180 items in, both sides. These are coming from block F5. Yep. Looking at the green sign here, that was my block identifier, F5. And that is the origin as I ride the belt too far. So if I do that, I can not quite reach it, but if I jump, I can make it. So that's F5. Copy. Paste. And the item, I think I can just, well actually, I probably could have pasted the item first since I think it's the same on both sides, but anyway, I'll just do it again. I'll figure out some small efficiencies like that at some point, so I can just copy and paste those first when I do those in the future. Just to save on a little bit of manual sign manipulation. Jump, paste, done. So inputting from F5. Outputting from here, going to D5. So these I can carry over. Probably, I'll just do the same angled thing I did here and carry them over into a straight line, lined up with these. So let's see, what did I do here? I'm gonna try to duplicate it as much as I can. Those just go straight across, so they're in line with the seam here, 1 foundation in. That way there's some walking space, at least around them from the side, so that's fine. So I just did the same thing here. Logistics, Mark 3 lift, pointing out, like so. And that means this one is centered in the seam here. So if I come over here, the outer one is centered in the seam, which means I could technically bring them back further since there's a space here, but then that would block the sign with belts in front. Since I do have a floor sign there for the ladders coming down. So I'll put them behind it and run those belts around the back in this space. Which means they'll be roughly clipping into it a little bit. So this one on the halfway mark, facing this way, and going that way. And that should be a straight line. If I do it like that, and then this one can be again facing inward, and then nudged forward. Let's see if that's in line, I think, and then nudged forward 2 spaces. And I think that will be lined up, or maybe, let's see. And then facing to the left. And then I think that will be a straight line. Does not look to be. I think I went up a notch in height when I shouldn't have. So let me try that again. Without going up in the air, it needs to stay at the minimum height. So inline, up 2, click, and click. And then there, that looks better. Now they look even. Oh, hi Timesy! I am 100% live indeed. Welcome, welcome. I am slowly making the factory make things. It is beautiful. Okay, I think that's set. Items going in and carrying over. The mic break count so far is 0. I can't believe it. Although I did just start, so it'll happen eventually, don't worry. It'll break, don't you worry. And yes, Nahawk is here too. The stream is becoming cuter by the minute. That's right, you heard me. So let's see, I think with this one it was a right angle output up into 2 spaces over. Is kind of the spacing. I'm trying to make some sense of it and have it be slightly consistent. So again, there's a beam in the way, so simple right angle belt over 1 space. Was it just that? I think it was. Yeah. And then from there, inner belt over. So here is in line. And then over 2 notches so that I can lift it up and it be at right angle. And then from here, I am pretty sure kept it in a straight line from here. And then went over a foundation and a half and brought it to ground level. Although it would be in line with that spot. And so I think that is more plates. Yep, and that's in line with that one, so that's the same. Good. Timesy super cute indeed. Oh yeah. So there's that one done. Cool. So now I can do another one. 2 more to go of iron plates anyway. So again, there's my 2 outputs, and they need to come over to D4 into the 2 inputs here. So let me get my signs ready. I'll put them down first. My 2x input label in line with the beam. Nudge it around. And then over here I can do my 2x output label, same deal. This one I can align with these posts here with the conveyor belts. Same thing. And so I think if I copy the icon for the iron ingots, I can paste that on the signs first before I do the other modifications. So if I jump up here and not ride the belt, let me stand on the edge. I should be able to just copy that. There we go, and then I can paste that on all 4 of the signs here pretty easily. Hopefully. And yes, the Drekkin's here too. Hanging out somewhere. Paste, paste. Hello? Oh, hi nerds. Cutest and EP scuba around. Lots of love indeed. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Amazing. So yeah, these icons do paste perfectly. Alright, let me get this labeling set correct. I am going into block D4. And let me grab that pillar so I can climb up here easier too. So now for the custom bits, these are going to block D4. At a rate of 180 items per minute. Now I don't need this anymore, this one's done. Cool, so that means this is block F5 or F4. So the origin for these is block F4. Hope I can get this right. If I screw this up, I'll really hate myself later if I have a problem on any block. Oh, 180. There we go. Cool. Signage done. Now I just gotta make the connections. Hope your weekend's going good so far. I'm playing Satisfactory. I'd say it's going great. 2 thumbs up. Let's do it. So to continue my general game plan from the other 2 blocks I've done so far, I think I can just lift these straight up. Let's see, what did I do for placement? Oh, those come in at an angle, that's right. Yeah, I kind of start backwards, so let's see here. Spooky! Trying to catch up on chat, but it's lagging. My PC hates it. I can only play the game. So if I miss chat, I miss it. Oh well. You learn something new every day. Computer's not nearly as strong as I thought it was. Let's see, these belts or these pipe posts are in line with the seam. Okay, I will remember that. Yes, we got a Drekken, we got a Timesy, we got a Nurse, we got a Cute now, and probably forgot somebody, but there's someone else here too, probably. Just how it goes. It's probably true. If I wanted to go big brain mode, then I could probably just hide myself, and then I can turn off the program, and it's like so many resources saved. I can disable my webcam. It'll be perfect. I should do that. It's big brain mode, but I'm not going to, because let's be honest. You want to be able to see this, right? Yeah. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. I have hands. Oh my gosh, is that a Kyo? Welcome to the stream, Kyo. Hello, hello. Everybody's here. What the heck? These go in a straight line. I already forgot what I'm doing. Yes. Here. Yes. And then from here... Oh, look at all this space. This one will be easy. Okay, that one's again lined up with the edge of the foundation, so this inner one can stay here, I think. Now it's gotta be over. And then feed out that way, so that should be a straight line. And then same thing here. If I nudge it to be in line, I can knock it over 2 spaces, and then that should be in line. Although it's not. So let's try that again. Let's see. I feel like that's exactly where it was. I need to go 1 more, and then it will be in line. Yes, that looks straight. And then that means these can just carry over again in straight build mode, and easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Alright, there's block number 3 set up. Got 1 more for iron plates, and then I can move on to doing the iron rod sections. Very nice. I do want to run upstairs real quick and just double check that I mean, I know these are making iron plates, the output belts are full of plates, but I do want to check the constructors and see what's going on. You can eventually put the face tracking on your phone through OSC to get VC face. Well, I could, or I could be big streamer mode and just get a streaming PC. Maybe I could just do that. So many cuties. Where are my stairs? I need some white signs. Oh, here's stairs. There's the exit. Let's go. Red exit sign. Signs are pog. Alright, let me get up to the very, very top. I want to stand on a constructor stack and see how it's doing. Making the things. 100% efficiency. 100% efficiency. Well, it is chock full of iron ingots, so that makes sense. Very good, very good. These are starting to fill up. So yeah, it looks like my smelters are... Let me check the smelters here. This one isn't running correctly. Did I hook that one up? Doesn't look like I hooked that one up. Or maybe they're just completely full. I think they're just completely full. Oh yeah, it's just chock full. Nothing is running into a sink yet, an awesome sink, so everything will stop eventually, so... Once I get everything fully hooked up down below, running the excess into awesome sinks, I think then I can check and see if everything's running at a full efficiency forever. But so far so good. I think I have one more stack for plates, which is, I think, this one here, F or D4, yes. Now I need D3, because D2 and D1 are rods, so that means D3 is the last one. 2 inputs, yes. Pretty sure these are here and here, although I did not run the output belt yet. I have very important business to attend to in chat. Let's see. As my computer cries and begs for mercy as I do things not the game. There we go. Got him. Yeah, anything I try to do on my computer, whether it's like trying to update my status on Discord, do anything on Twitter, or, you know, do anything in OBS, like my computer's crying, but if I'm playing the game, I'm fine. The game never stutters, everything else just stutters. It is painful to do anything. Let's see, default build mode, yes, click. And then again, for consistency, I run that to the foundation seam here. Connect that, and then I go over a foundation and a half to drop it to ground level. Yeah. Because that is what I did with my other stacks here. I got one more to do. And then that's all my iron plates set up and made. Alright, straight build mode into there. And into there. Get my input signs here. I think they're going to be on the beam above. Nudge. Well, this one is slightly different because there's a floor here, so I guess with this one case, I will nudge them back so I can see them. Because this floor is lower. I do have some height variations in the floor, so I mean, my, technically my input signs and my output signs are the same thing. It's just this one's like 1 block lower, 1 meter lower, since this is up higher. So in this case, since the floor here is blocking the top of my signs, I'm going to push those back a hair. And I will try to match that distance back, which is just behind the lift, it seems, with my output belt, but I'll try to do that when I get there. So this is the one that's going to be different from the rest, but that's okay. And again, for easiness sake, I am going to try to copy that iron ingot icon, just so I can paste it on the other side too very quickly, since I gotta do it 4 times. Let's see. Just want to stand on the edge, please. Not the belt itself. Copy, copy, copy. There we go. Got it. So now if I come over here to the output belts for this block, which will be feeding that block to output labels. These I can line up with the post here and they will just be perfect. Put down another pillar temporarily to stand on to modify these. So again, there's the icon, and then over here, same thing, I can paste in the icons, and good to go. Paste. Let me over. Paste. And then this I think I can also have copied, so if I hit Control V, the details for each sign you copy is per sign, so since this is a different sign, it's a display sign versus the ½ meter square, you can copy those and keep 2 in your clipboard, which is nice. Alright, these are coming from block F4, F3, F3. So this small one needs to be updated to F3 on both sides. Oops. Wrong one. There we go, F3. And this is block D3, so this sign needs to be updated to say going to block D3. There we go, Mark III belt of iron ingots going to block D3 at a rate of 180 per minute. Done. And done. So now I just gotta make the connection And that one's good too. Nice. So let me get the lifts. Here, these go in a straight line. Not like that. What the heck happened? Yoink. That's a splitter. Give me the lift. On the belt, please. Facing me. Again, that edge is right on the seam, so if I line it up this way, like that, and then point it straight, that should line up again. And then if I do the same thing here but offset, and then aim it that way, that should be side by side. Looks good. And then these can go in at a right angle. This one here, this one here. And I still have walking space. Can't believe it. And then once again, to match my output belts, there's no beam in the way for this one like there was in the other sections, so I think I can just come straight up into the stacked pull here. And I do line it up with the inner belts, so I will put here in line with the exit and then over 2 notches. So this can just come straight up at a right angle. I think I was in straight build mode, which technically makes the vertical bit look funny, so if I go to default mode, well, in that case there's no difference. It's close enough that it just kind of looks funny. So if I carry this along, I think I line it up to here, and then I come down a foundation and a half. So 1 foundation width and a half. Matches the rest. This should connect up and be nice and straight. Pog, pog, pog. Alright, that's iron plates done. So now I'm going to focus on getting rods made. So in this case, I think since the outputs for these sections are just, again, 180 items per belt, I can just feed 1 belt into here and the second belt into there, and easy and done. Just super clear. And super simple. So again, I will have 2 side by side, so in this case I will expect to have them, since the second block is right there for the other belt. So I think what I'm going to do is line this up, put it over 2 notches, and I'll have another one here just for the other 2 belts to come in, because I'm going to do this from this block in, and this block I think is going to feed in from the left side here, so it's going to be the same thing for these 2 blocks, because this is the other blocks for rods. So again, 1 input, 1 output, simple. I could technically even probably put the belts over top through the block and feed them in from behind, but, you know, we'll see what happens. Let me see what this first one looks like first, before I do anything crazy. So this first one will be fed like so. Right angle in, and then this one will come over to the next block and be fed in the same way. Just shifted back a hair, so in line with, yeah, with that one. So inline, back 2 nudges, right angle belt in. So there's the input for those done. And so let me get my single input sign here. 1x input label. This can go right over the belt. And I think that'll be, yep, that's clear. Do 1 there, and then 1 here. Make sure I lined it up with the seam here. That. Let me double check before I solidify that here. Yeah, it looks like it's right on the seam, right on there centered, so I think that's in line. And these can, again, I might be able to copy the sign, but it's, let me do the output labels here as well. So this one's going to be the output labels I'm focusing on first. 2x output label. Right over the post. Get me a beam to stand on, or a pillar. These are 180, not full speed. Item is iron ingots. Do not have it copied, so I have to type it in. Whoops. Iron ingots. Copy that and paste it. And I am going to go to block D1, and then the other one's going to block C1, I think, if I remember correctly. D1 and C1. Yes. So inner belt here is going to be outer belt there. Cough, cough. Let me look at that one more time. So D1 is first, which means outer belt here is D1. I might need to get a sip here. 1 second. I need to hydrate. What is happening? I'm alive. Can't believe it. Alright, and this is going to C1. So again, outer belt feeds around the outside, ends up on the inside. D1. C1, same thing, but it carries on past. That's good. It's accurate. Let's go. Now for this, the origin is block F1. So I can just do that. And it's the same thing over here. Same origin. F1. But the rate is wrong. Should make that a red 180. So had the wrong sign selected for my copy and paste. Copy. Paste. Oh, missed. Cool. Now I just need to connect them up. And this time I think I will just hug the wall with the belts. Who needs walking space over here? Walking space is overrated. What the heck? I'm coughing so much. Help. Let's see. That is good. Guess I need to get more water. I'm actually out of water right now, so give me 1 second. I'll be right back. What the heck? I think I'm required by law to have one coughing fit every day, bare minimum. I got me some lemonade, so maybe that'll help a little bit. And a full glass, so I can keep it here for a little while. We'll see if it lasts. Alright, can I make this a right angle? That looks nice. I think that'll just connect straight up. Yes, it will. That means this one should too. And now I should be making rods. And now for these output belts, if I remember correctly, I have my notes here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I merged the rods into a single... No, that can't be right. Hold on. My notes are not really clear on what I mean to do with the rods. I'll have to kind of think about that again, and maybe I can parse what I mean by my notes here, because these output at the same rate. Yeah, 180 in, 180 out each, and that's 360, and I can't fit that onto a single belt, so I don't know what I'm talking about here. Merge to 2 even belts. Is that per 2 blocks? That would just mean bring both belts out, so what the heck do I mean by that? That's weird. Yeah, past me has terrible note-taking skills, I will say. Alright, so for this one I do want to have some walking path, just to have some consistency of walking to the end of the path here. So what I think I will do is... Can I fit 2 belts in here? I think I can if I clip it, so let's see. Guess I'm gonna be doing that a lot today, clearing my throat, what the heck. Or I could put 1 here and stack it vertically, that might be interesting. It'd be a little bit different from the rest of the stuff I've done. Of course, as before, I could also just run it over to the side here, and then over the top and feed it in with a lift going back into the front this way. Although that would be a little bit awkward when it comes to tracing, because I'd have to put the sign on the other side and be like, what? Why is that there? Speaking of signs, let me double check this one real quick. $180 in. Yes. Making rods. Oh yeah, the icon. I have the icon wrong. I think it's still set to screws here, which is the default. No, that one's right. That's ingots. Let's see. My conventions here are... ores coming in. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm doing it right, because I think here I'm saying, okay, what am I expecting in? Okay, I'm expecting ingots, so this should be, in fact, an icon for iron ingots. And I can put the same thing over here. Quick copy and paste. Easy. And so I think the same thing will be done with those 2 outputs into these 2 blocks here. Next to the stairs. So yeah, this is going to be the funny one. So let's see. Input is right under these stairs here. So if I were to do one at ground level, that would fit. Maybe put the belt on the right side, yes. It would make walking around it a little funny. With my sign, I don't have any signage on the bottom floor because, again, I don't really expect to walk around down here, so I think that'll just be fine, actually. I can just leave that one. So if that output is in the center here, let me bring it out to the edge. And that means this input can come out to the same spot at a right angle. And then from here, they don't really fit side by side unless they're in the lifts. And I could pretty much do whatever. I've got all this open space here too. I can just put them in there and then do whatever with the lifting and height adjustments. So let's see, if I put lifts on these and face them straight out, we'll match what I've done with these other spots. And then what I could do is drag them out over to this side. Over this line maybe? And then line them up from here. Okay. So if that's the case, then this one's in the middle of the foundation, which means if I line it up into the middle, and then where's the bolt going to be? Probably clipping into that wall a little bit, so if I line it up to be on that half, and then the front facing that way, that should be a straight line. And then if I do the same thing here, where I line this up, but not snap, and then nudge it forward 2 spots so that these line up, that should be a straight line. And then theoretically, this should just fit right in on both sides, as long as I'm not in the way, of course. And it should just work. So if that is the case, I can probably just, yeah, copy that blueprint for the signs, or at least let me copy the icon, so because that's the one I have to copy that's the same for all of them. Oops, let me not ride the belt. Just want to stand on the edge. Jump, copy. Just want to make sure I've got it, so I don't paste the weird thing in there. Alright, so for this I need the 2x output belt blueprint. Logistics. output label right over the belt supports, like so. There's the icon. If I hit the sign, I can paste it. Paste. Item rate 180. Copy paste. Destination block. Let's see. I've got outer belt becomes inner belt. So inner belt is block. Where's my block labels? D2 and then C2. So inner D2. C2. D2 C2. D2 C2. D2 C2. So if I did it right, this is D2. This is C2. So that should be correct. And so, let me double check. Does this go to C2? I'm on the outside belt. Up top on the right. Right belt on the right is definitely going to block C2. Very nice. Now for my input labels. I guess I could just put them on the beam since that's what I did on the other side. For most of them anyway. 1x input. If I line this up here, where is the... And just shift it over, I guess, and put it in line there. Do one for that. And a 1x. I'll do the output labels later for these. So this one is, again, if I hit paste, should be the same icon. And this is coming from F2 on both. So this one can be changed if I get close enough. Put me on the side. F2. And that means at 180. So that's set. It should also say F2 for this one. So I'll put the same thing up here. 1x input label. And nudge it into place. F2. Paste that, but it should be red because I forgot I had that copied, not the other one. Make it red. Paste the icon. Oops, accidentally hit paste on the other side again. Because I missed. Good job. There. Coming from block F2 at Mark 3, this speed. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Things are moving. Looking good. Alright, let me see if I can carry these outputs for the... So I'm going to have 4 belts total of rods. Let me check my factory map on my screen here. Those rods goes all straight into being made into screws, it looks like. And then the overflow... What are my production rates? Oh, it looks like I'll be making... Let's see, let me go up top to the factory map. So I think that'll be easier for me to visualize for you guys. Let me go to my stairs here. Where's my white signs? Back to me up. I think the sign will be straight in front of me when I climb up here. Because I'm on F row. Yeah. I'm right here. So, 180 rods out per square, so that's 360, 360. These are going to be directed into making screws. But then the rest can just go right into storage, right? Because I don't need rods for any of the other... Let me go to my blueprints here, because I don't think I need rods for any of the other stuff I'm working on, because I'm doing reinforced plates. Those take plates and screws. Modular frames. Those take rods. Okay, that's right. Yeah, I don't have quite a detailed factory map on my screen for my notes, so... Let me go to my assembler thing for modular frames. It requires 72 rods per block, and I have 2 times 2, so I need 144 rods to go into that. My screws are set to 100%, I think. It's just the default recipe, so if I go to my constructor blocks, that expects 120, and I'm putting 180 on a belt. So what I could do... Okay, yeah, this is where things get funny. So let me open up my notes here. Whoops. Or let me open up some notes, and let's see. I think what I could do is I can probably add some under this note that may not ever be fulfilled. Let's see. I have 180 rods. 4 times. My assemblers, let's see. Screw production will need a certain amount, and then modular frames will require another certain amount per minute. So let's see, what did I say here? Did that not save? I can't just escape out of that. Are you kidding me? I'm doing 180 per minute times 2. I'm gonna need a certain amount for screws and a certain amount for modular frames. So what do? Hit X, and then it saves. Gotta love this game sometimes. Okay, so let's see. If I am needing 72 per modular frame, I need 144 for modular frames. So enter, or hit the X, and then for screws, I think I just need 120 was the number, based on my blueprints here. Yeah, 120 in, and I have 2, so I need 240. That'll fit on 1 belt. Okay, that's what I meant by the merge to 2 even belts, I think. I need 240 for those. So I need 240 total per minute. So let's see. I mean, I could just run single lines out from each, because I'll have 4 belts of 180. And then I can just have the overflow from each. What would the overflow remainder actually be? I haven't done that yet. So if I have 180 times 4 minus the 240 I need for, let me just do this outside of brackets, minus the 144 I need there, that's 336 remainder, which is what I have on my notes, so that's still the same. So that's how many will be left. Now the question is, that won't fit on a single belt, that'll have to fit on 2 belts. So what I could do is I can run each belt of rods on their own line directly into each block that needs rods, so I can have each producing block of rods can go straight into one of the blocks that needs it, so each one can go into screws, this can go into screws, that can go into the modular frames, and that one can also go into the modular frames, but each one can be set with an overflow that then merges them all back together into a single belt here for these 2, and into a single belt for those 2. I think that'll fit. The question I have is, will there be enough space on a single Mark III belt for the remainder on this line for 1 belt, because I might have to do something funny otherwise. So again, those take 72 per. So if I were to just run 1 belt there, that would mean I'd have 36 left. So that'd be a really small number. But then for screws, yeah, I think one of the belts actually can just go straight into storage, and then excess can be sunk. So that means this one can be split between those 2, and then, yeah, 180 minus 120 is 60, so that'd be 120, so that'll definitely fit. So then all that can just be merged together into 1 line. So one of these doesn't need to go down to anything. Okay, yeah, so, yeah, my little note that says on my end that you can't see that says merge to 2 even belts doesn't make any sense still. But I'm kind of getting where I'm coming from, because this rods thing is a little funny with all the surplus and excess I'm going to have. Because again, that 336 is what I'm going to be making at the end of the day with everything fully saturated, so that will fit on 2 belts. So one of them is just going to be coming straight from the machine into storage, with the overflow going into the sink at some point over here. Into storage, overflow being sunk. So I guess I'm doing 1 directly into rods. I haven't figured this out yet. I haven't planned this far ahead, so I gotta think about this to make the logistics work correctly. So for sure, I'm gonna do 180 out into this, which takes 120. I'm doing that twice, so I'll have 120 remainder, 60 each of rods. That means that won't quite fill an assembler block, so that one will just be the remainder that gets probably sunk. Since I don't want to belt that back here for storage, there's no need, so that can just go straight into the sink. The remaining rods there can just go into one of the sinks here. So 180, 180, 120 sunk. So then I can reduce this by 120 because I'm not going to worry about it. So I can update that to 216. 216. Do it right. If I plan to sync those, which I do. I don't want to deal with running excess. Because these take 72 each, and that's only 120, so it wouldn't quite work out that way, I think. Because I'd have to put some more in there. I don't know. 120, 120. 60. I guess I could merge those to one belt, and then put the remaining from that into the sink over here. Feed that. So these two rods could feed all the screw production and that, and then I'd have a little bit remainder, and then this can have most of it go. I don't even need most of these rods, what the heck. I'm just putting them down because I have the resources for it, I guess. So let's see. 180 out, but I only need a little bit. 180 times 2. Minus the 240 I need for screws. Minus the 72 I need for that first assembler block means I'll have 48 left that can get sunk, so that's 48 gone. I'll have another 180 of rods going into another block of assemblers, so I'll have another 108 left from that. That can get sunk, so that's another 100 rods gone. That's fine. And that means I'll just have one block going straight to storage, and everything else gets sunk. I can't select anything. What the heck? So yeah, all of these are just going to get used specifically to make screws and modular frames, and the excess will just get destroyed. And then this is only getting made for storage and nothing else. So 180 per minute per storage should be, at the end of the day, what I put on this sign. Because that's all I'm saving for storage. So that's what I'm going to do for that. So let me start with the easy one and do the storage one. Which means the output here. What, do I have that block labeled? Let's see. I don't have a sign for it. Although it is technically a block on my factory map. What is my storage block? G1. I should put a G1 sign on my storage block. So what I'm going to do is copy that. And yoink the display sign. It's probably going to be upside down because this game loves to make upside down signs for some reason. And I'm going to put this here. I think this is far enough away that I can see it from a distance and it's not like in a bad spot. Because if I'm walking here, that's a little bit high, I feel like. And it's not upside down. I love it. G1. So then I can put it into any one of the spots. It doesn't really matter where. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have, maybe not, some of these items I'm not going to be making very many of per minute. Let me see. I think the assembler blocks for the reinforced plates, that is only making 30 each. Modular frames is making 12 each. So I think the modular frames and the reinforced plates will be on a single belt. Going out that way because those will fit on a single belt for sure. Let me also, before I really commit to this, let me also see what's going on with the screw production, because I think I'm producing 1 million screws here. So let's see. Not a ton, but I will have some excess. 1 belt's worth, I think. So let me double check myself on the screw requirements here for everything. Reinforced plates will be, yeah, 360 screws each. I think, how many do these make per block? 480? So I'll have 120 leftovers from each of these, and those can just get merged together into a 240 line. So that makes sense there. So I'll have 240 screws just coming into storage. Not that I would need them for anything, but that's what I'm going to do. So that will be 1 belt of rods, 1 belt of reinforced plates and modular frames, and 1 belt of screws. So I'll have 3 belts total coming in for my 5 stored items. And then my plates. What am I doing with plates? I will have excess plates too. Quite a few plates. Most of them will be sunk because I'm making too many. Let's see. Unless I want to put them into trucks to go somewhere else. Because I can technically also, by the way, I can dig through the floor at any point on that logistics floor and end up in my little basement area where I do have truck pickups. So the plates I might keep and send to a truck station down here somewhere, because I got plenty of space down here for more truck stations to pick up and ship off to other factories. So that might actually be the play for my plates, since I'm making so many here. So let me get back up, since I jumped down here. So maybe that's what I do with all the plates. I should keep the plates, I think, then, in that case. So each one should be making 240 plates? I don't remember quite offhand what the constructor blueprint does for that. Let's see. Yeah, 240 each. And I have 6 of them, or 4 of them, sorry. It's 960 plates that I'm making total before any other productions. What do the other blueprints require for plates? Modular frames, do they require plates? They just require reinforced plates. So I am making, so I need 180 each, and I only have 2 making reinforced plates. So that means of the amount of plates I'm making, I already forgot the number. Blueprint, what did you say? I have the memory of a goldfish here, 180 plates each. Minus the 180 plates, so I need that times 2, means I'll have 600 left. So if each one of these is making 180, or 240. What was the number? 240? Constructor block of plates, 240. Alright, one more time. Each block makes 240. These only require 180. That does not split evenly. So I guess I'll be relying on overflow. So I'll have a lot of plates coming through. Let me look at the logistics for blocks between 4 and 5. So I'm going to find like 4 and 5 here. Because I'm going to dig through that floor, because I think that's actually in like the perfect spot to drop down into a truck station, because I'm pretty sure if I go to the stairway, let's see, I think I can just jump down from here. I've got a 5-6 stairway here, but if I just drop down here to this little parking lot, past the little maintenance area, and between 4 and 5, I do have this area here, which is pretty close to the ground, but I can dig through the floor here because there's all my plates. There's more plates. There's plenty of room here for me to just dig through the floor, and I think I will end up right over a spot where I can feed into a truck station, because there's plenty of empty space here on my bottom floor where I'm picking up iron ore from the world. So that can be where all the plates go when I'm done. So that might be the way to go. Then I can fill a truck station with plates, and then I can ship those off to be made into probably more reinforced plates at some point, or something else. Who knows? I don't know what else to use plates for. And then I think for storage, I might steal the remainder off the lines for the other productions. Again, let me check my notes here. So that takes 180 each. I've got 2 of those. So I'll have 120 plates left over, so I can have 120 plates going into storage, so I can update that sign to say I'm making 120 plates, not 600. Since that's what's going into storage. Maybe I should do that. And then I can label the truck station below with the proper incoming amount for the truck station. So this I can say is, whoops, this I can say is making 120 per minute. And the rest is being stored. I could probably, you know, put those into storage. Let's see, if I have a big sushi belt with the 2 items here, the plates and the frames, I could have them prioritize the truck station, so the truck station's getting the plates, the reinforced plates, and the modular frames, and then once it's full, the overflow can come into storage. And I can just let everything fill up first before I start trucking that stuff off somewhere to get processed. That could be a way to move forward. That might be interesting, because then I can have the truck deposit that at some other location, maybe in a different biome even, if I really wanted to, before I get trains, since I don't have trains yet. Or I could have like a different satellite factory, like a small, tiny building just designed entirely to make lots and lots of reinforced iron plates, like down here somewhere, or over there, maybe, because I'm not building over there yet. That might be a way to go. Alright, so anyway, I will have one line of belts coming this way. One of screws, none of plate. Well, I'll have some excess plates from this, so I'll have an extra bit of extra plate of plates. Belt of plates. I can't talk. English. Okay, what is the rate of the other items? Because I might be able to fit the plates and the reinforced plates and the modular frames on a single belt. So once I figure that out, then I can start continuing the belt. Math, man, how does it work? All right. I have 2 of these, so that's 60 items right there. It's already getting close. And then for the modular frames, it's 24. 24 plus 60 plus the 120 means it'll fit definitely on a Mark III belt, which is 270 items per minute. So there's my plates, my modular frames, and my reinforced plates. Pretty sure that's it. These reinforced plates are made at 30 per minute. Yep. So that'll all fit on one belt. And then I can have a belt of my plates, both of them, and frames, belt of rods, and a belt of screws, and that can be my 5 items. That means I need a smart splitter down here for 3 things, and I think if I just put one in line, it should split correctly and look nice. I think I set this up so that I can split it like that and have right angles coming out of it. So let's see if that is in line. Does that in fact make right angle belts? It sure does. So then this can be my sushi belt of plates, both of them, and the reinforced or the modular frames. One of these can be screws and the other one can be the rods. Or I can move that over to the side because it's actually awkward to get over there with belts, so I might move this over to the right and make these the other ones. Let me do that. So if I put this over here, then that would probably be easier. Oops, it is not in line. Smart splitter. I'm working from the end since it's easier to work backwards, at least in my opinion. So that. And I can just arbitrarily pick, you know, which one's which. So let's see, if I do left to right on storage on the top floor, if I just imagine like rods is on the left, then screws, then I can have the reinforced plates, or the regular plates here. So I can do iron plates, reinforced plates, and then modular frames on the right, far right. Oops. There we go. And then that can be how that's sorted. I do have a sink here, which is technically not accessible. It's not really designed to be accessible, but if I feed into the back of one of these storage bins, then technically that can be sunk. Because that all feeds out into these storage bins, which goes up into the sink there. That's how this is laid out. So what I might do to feed it is put another bin on here facing out. Feed that to that bin so that whatever I clip into here will get sunk. So let me go up top and make sure that's not clipping into the floor in a weird way. I don't think it is. I mean, it is, but it's fine. I don't mind that. I could just hide it with, like, this stuff. Put this stuff around it, call it a day, make it look like it's intentional. It probably won't let me because that's clipping on top, so, you know, that's fine. I can always add more details like that if I want. Decorate it some way, somehow. Because I do have to worry about the overflow once these bins fill up. I still want to keep things moving, so I want to sink the excess. So that sushi belt can get sunk by overflowing into that bin. And then I think the other 2 belts, the rods. Let me go back up to that factory map. Where's the nearest sink that's not the one next to the storage bin? I think it's at the bottom of the, or technically the top of the factory here. Yeah, it's right down the line. So what I can do is I can put a smart splitter here for this one, so that the overflow goes to the sink, but then the output comes to storage, so that once storage fills up, it can overflow and get destroyed. These can probably combine into the truck station, overflow until they get overloaded, then destroyed. So yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of a tangled mess here in a little bit, but I think this will work. So the overflow for here is gonna be for the sushi belt for the produced items down there at the assemblers. So I will have one here, in line with that bin, probably here. And I can figure it out, but it'd probably be nice to have it in a straight line, so I might put it there, here, clipping into the beams maybe. That. One sushi belt coming along in a line, into there. Left side can be overflow. And the right side can be any. And no output on the front. Not that you have to put this as none, but I prefer to do that just as... it's neater. Cleaner, technically. So I can then put a lift here and connect it up to that bin, and that should work, technically. Doing this out to there. Hooking it up and overflowing into the sink, which is technically what that's doing. I don't have this upper bin in the blueprint, and I didn't even intend for that, I think, but that just ended up being much cleaner than I thought it would be. In terms of getting that into the sink there, that awesome sink. So that awesome sink will be running quite a bit if I were to dump my inventory in there, for example. Because that awesome sink is like a personal sink. It's not really designed for using with a bunch of materials, because I've got it designed as a way for, you know, for me to just walk in here and dump my inventory for things I don't want. Be like, hey, just throw stuff in here and it'll get destroyed. It's fine. Like, here, have some ingots. I don't want those ingots. Have a little bit of concrete. And eventually it just gets fed into the back of the machine here and ground it up. Through that lift in the floor. So that's how I've made that blueprint. So it all feeds up into here eventually, because it goes through all those storage bins at the bottom. A little bit roundabout, but it does work. Alright, so if this is the sushi belt, then I can, hopefully I'll remember that by the time I get to it. So let me start by hooking up the, yeah, I want to hook up the rods first. Then what I'll probably do is make that smart splitter in line with one of these belts here, because this is my line of sinks for this corner, and each of my sink blocks have 3 belts for destroying things. So I'll borrow one of those as my overflow for this first block of rods. I think I'll steal that first line there. Now I think, oops, I think this is kind of offset from the rest if I keep this in a straight line, which is here. I think it's not quite lined up to be even with this, so it's going to be offset a little bit, which is a little unfortunate. Well, that's okay. Maybe I'll use this one instead. That might be easier, since it'll be cleaner to make that into like a nicer connection to this to overflow. So I'll take this into a right angle to a smart splitter. Hello SCG7, welcome back to the stream. Missed the start again? That's okay. Apparently highballing. Alright, so if I split into this and line it up, I should be able to fit the overflow right in. More. Let's see, that I think is aligned here. If I connect that, set that to overflow, that should be good. And then I can set this to rods. There we go. So rods go this way. I can then have it come out to the side like this. All good. And then raise up into lifts. Or actually, I don't have to follow that belt at all, because that doesn't really fit anything either. Maybe I should curve it into this line, because this line will dodge the stairs, and then I can go right in, so that makes... probably looks better. Let me do that. Let me check how I can get this belt out of here, though, because I gotta leave room for another belt to come out. So maybe I can stack it 3 high. That means this could come out of a lift. That'll default to coming out 3 high. So if I do this number... Here, and then instead of only cans, you get the soup aisle. You get the whole store if you do that. What the heck? That is not straight. That's a little sad. In that case, I will come out in a straight line and then curve it manually. Like so. And then I think I'll just come over and arbitrary number like this, and then link it up like so. So then the rods come out here in a straight line. At least it should be straight. That is not what I wanted to connect to. I want the lift, or the stackable pole. There we go. You'll get the whole soup store. That's right. Alright, so this is my rod output for my personal storage bin. This can now drop down to normal level, although I might keep it that high to get across the gap here. That might work the best, actually. I think that's in line here. Don't know if it'll reach. Looks like it will. And it is straight, yes. And I guess that means from there, I think I'll just keep it at that height, that way I can kind of get around it. I think that's actually pretty convenient. And I will feed that in. Yeah, I think from here. Figure it out. Let's see, I'll put another stack here. I think that'll reach. Yes. And it seems like it should be still straight. I think it is. That's on the foundation edge, so this is not straight. It's over by 1 notch. So instead, if I put it here, then it would be straight. It's always hard to tell on longer runs like that, especially when you're looking at it from this side. And then I think from here I can drop it down and feed it straight into... Well, actually, I don't want to block the entrance to the smart splitter, so maybe I should make that connection first. I come out to here, and then use straight build mode. I think that'll work. Good. And then maybe I can just move this over to the side, so that the opening's clear for these belts to come through, although it doesn't quite work if it's that distance apart. I guess I could just lose it. And I've done it before, so that's fine. Looks fine. And I'll just carry this all the way across, right in line here, and then over 2 notches. And that should be nice and right-angled. If I connect it to the right spot. Snapping is betraying me. Uh-oh, can almost afford give me a sign again? I'm scared. Should I be scared? I'm scared. Alright, that's rods connected. So once those, technically, once I connect that belt up, let me see, storage was again G1, so then I can know that's my storage bin. Alright, let me get the output label for this ready, and then I'll connect it up. So the output label for this will be, is that floating? I think that's floating. I need to redo this. That is incorrect. So let me go back to my blueprints, or my logistics block here, and I think what I'm gonna do, let me check the input label here. I think that is actually the wrong blueprint for this part of like the floor being above it. Let me try an output label, because I think that's technically raised higher. It is not. Okay, interesting. That is catwalk stuff. Don't I have a blueprint for that height? What the heck? Thought I had it blueprinted to be the right height. Let me look at my other ones. What's going on? What? Is it wrong? This one's floating too then, technically. Yeah. It's not good. Well, I think I can just fix it pretty simply, so I'll put this one back. I think it was right about there. And again, the label I didn't check, but I'm pretty sure it was like F1. For its origin, it should be the same as like F1. So again, let me change this to be correct. 180 items. I think it's coming from block F1. And the item is indeed iron ingots. And so to double check my sanity, I will trace this line back, which I'm pretty sure is going to the right. From block, F1. That was easy. I'm blasting. What are you blasting? And yeah, to fix this, I'll just remove the beam on the back and build it a little bit higher. Easy. It might come out the middle of the beam connector, but that's okay. If I just do that, then it's not floating anymore. Easy fix. Way easier than anything else I could do since that blueprint's set to a specific height off the ground you build it from. Little beam, up 2 meters, done. Easy peasy. Past the last station. Dang it, need to stop pressing enter early. Let's see, this. If I connect this, then I will start storing rods. So this is what's going to G1, so if I take my 1x output label, and I guess I can move it over 1 notch so that it's actually lined up with, not quite lined up, but it's still close enough, it's fine. Let me copy the iron ingot icon, although this should actually be the rod icon, so never mind. Let me take this and type in rod. Going to G1 at 180 rods per minute, since that is the output of one of these blocks. So now if I hook that up, that is 1 item stored and ready to go. Once everything fills up, it'll get sunk, so that'll just keep running forever. Alright, so that means this section can now output rods into... What else needs rods? I think the modular frames do. Yeah, 72 rods. So this one can go straight into probably both of them. Yeah, I can feed this into both modular frame inputs for the rods. Since I got 2 inputs. One for rods, one for the regular plates, or reinforced plates. So that can overflow into both, and then the excess can then go into the sink. So I'll probably steal the middle line of the sink for that one, or maybe this other edge. Maybe I'll steal that belt for it. So that means another smart splitter in line with that belt, but also in line with the probably the input line. I guess it'll be the bottom floor since I'm here and I don't want to change anything, so I'll hold that. Or let me rotate it first so the input's coming from the right. Line that up with the belt, and then let's see, if I nudge that over, I think this belt will be in a straight line and be nice. Yeah, right in the middle between the beam and the edge of the foundation. Good. So now I can have the center set to overflow and the right side set to rods. Iron rod. So that once those modular frame blocks fill up, the rest gets destroyed. Easy peasy. And so here I just put down a splitter so that it splits evenly between this block and the other block. Put it in line. I don't think it'll quite line up with the distance there. The dashed lines won't show up, but that should be in a line here. And then if I do that one more time, I don't really need a splitter on this other one. I can just run a straight line across and feed it directly in, and that'll work fine. So I'll put a belt in the middle here, keeping it straight. And if I go into straight build mode, I think that'll just connect in and be perfect. And so for these, I'm pretty sure I have a blueprint for the 2 inputs here. Let's see, factory logistics blueprints. If I go into the, I think it's just the same thing. It's the 2 side by side, even though they're stacked. I think it's just that. Yeah, it's still just the 2. So it's not immediately obvious which is which. Although I think what my plan was to actually take one of my other ones where I do have some stacked and then just delete the 2. So I think I need my 4x input label here actually. And then I can just offset it and delete the 2 I don't need. So something like that would be my, I think was my intention for this. So if I do this, then I can go out of blueprint mode and just delete these. Although with the way this is designed, it doesn't quite delete evenly. So maybe that wasn't the intention. Let's see, I think I have another one. Maybe it's the 6 one. So I do have a 6 stack as well. Then I can just delete. I don't have the materials for it though. I'm using too many signs. So I guess I need to make a supply run. Unknown rambling. Isn't that all Twitch streams? I think I parked on this side, on the outside. Yes. Although even though I do ramble a lot, I still worry about randomly getting muted and not realizing it until far too late. That's always bad. Every time that happens. Oh wait, do I have the materials in here? I do not. Would have been easy if they were. That would have been too easy. I think I have the items to make some dimensional depots, so I think what I'm gonna do is grab the supplies for dimensional depots and build a couple on that quartz stuff since I make lots of signs. I definitely need to invest in more dimensional depots. I have it unlocked, so I should start using it more. Right now I think I'm only using it on steel items and like cable and stuff. So nothing too crazy, but I should be using it for more things, that's for sure. I also need to go exploring again. I don't really have many Mercer spheres, I think. Let's see, how many do I have? I have 4, so not quite a ton, but enough. So how many can I build? Probably 4? Yeah, if I get some wire, I can build 4. Still remember last stream? There's all my wires, so let's see, I want to have... So on the other side, I don't have concrete in my dimensional depot, are you kidding me? Alright, so I could do... So I want to do quartz crystal. I don't really use silica that much, so I don't think I need to do that. You're a third of the way to being my #1 fan? I'm scared. What does that mean? Oh, I should get some lemonade. So if I can build 4 storage bins, I'm gonna put 1 on my quartz crystal. I think I'm gonna put 1 on copper sheet since I do run out of that a lot. And yeah, I might do my copper sheets, my AI limiters, and my Caterium, because that's stuff I don't use a ton of, but it's always nice to have easy. Oh, when I dropped a nuclear bomb on nature. I mean, if you notice the grassy area, there's really no nature here. It's kinda all gone. And it looks like I left a little piece of foundation or rock or something here. This is unacceptable. Cannot have this in my life. Get out of here. And it's gone. So this is the one. So if I just put a dimensional depot right on top, then I can just lift it in. Easy peasy. And just like that, I now have quartz crystal in my depot. So if I take some and I don't have any, I can refill it easily. And then I think the other ones are going to be on my quick wire, copper sheets, and AI limiters, which are all over there in the same spot. That should be fine. And then whenever I find more spheres, I can start to figure out what else I want to have depots for. Good, good, good. I'm gonna park by the front door of my factory. Since I have vehicles using these roads now, I can't just park wherever. The other downside to having automated vehicles all over the place. All good though, I have plenty of parking spaces, and I will make this a parking lot eventually, this open area here in front of the main entrance. It will happen. Alright, I will have to do some funky splitting stuff here to make sure I can put it in the depot properly, so... I think... I mean, I could just spaghetti it, since it's technically temporary, but also technically not. It's a merger, so if I do... What is the production rate on this? I'm actually curious. I forget. It's pretty high. I know that much. Yeah, 60 a minute for each one. How much does the assembler want? 250? Well, it's not going to get that no matter what, so that's fine. I'll just steal one of these for my depot. I will make that parking lot one day. So I'll put a depot here and just pipe that in. And I should be getting quick wire. Yes. Quick wires in the depot, and then I can do my sheets and my AI limiters. This one will be easy because I can just put this one on top. Lift. So those are getting in there now. And these do not dead end since I'm using these to make the AI limiters. So I think what I'll do for this, and it's expecting 62, it's not going to get nearly that much. I think I'll just steal one of these lines for the depot because it's not getting enough quick wire, so it doesn't matter. So I'll just do this and belt it straight in. Maybe like that. There we go. And then later when I pave over this with a better factory, I can make it more better. There we go. So there's more items going into the depot. Very good. More access to more things more quickly. And slowly but surely I will then... Oh, I can't run and jump off this easily. It's not smooth on top. Let me up. Can I make it? Can I make it? I didn't make it. How to get up top without zipline. I deleted my power lines to get up there easily. Don't block the road. That's the main thing. There we go. Easy. How many signs are you gonna place on the road? All of them? I'm gonna drive up the stairs like a rebel. I'm in the base! Alright, I was doing rods for something. That's all I remember. Where was I? Yeah, I think I was doing this. I was putting in the lines for the mergers here, and then I realized my signs are all wonky, so yeah, I was gonna try to find signs. So let me go back to my blueprints. Let me try one of my 6 times input labels, center it up, and then delete the edges. Maybe that was my intention, because I do remember doing something for these stacked inputs here. Let's see, I think that's it, and then I can delete the sides, and that should look more appropriate if I do it right. Let's see, so I think if I were to do this, then it works. Heck yeah, it does. Cool, so I can do that over here. It'll be the same thing. 6x input lined up there. And then I just delete the sides. Uh-oh, is it time? I think it's time. I'm scared. I'm gonna raise the cost. Get trolled. Alright, so these rods, those are getting sunk. This is for the rods here. So yeah, let me get these snuck out of here. So what I'm gonna do is raise them up 1 notch. Notch, and that way they fit between the belts. Right in the middle. And I can run them down the side into that smart splitter. Actually, I think I need to move the position of this. No, actually, I think it's correct. So then if I go over a foundation and a half, then I can keep that consistent with the other stuff I've done, where I raised it up and down. This can just go straight in. And so the output here is going to be rods into the smart splitter and into the 2 assemblers for the modular frames. So to get my labels organized, this is going into rows G1. Technically it should be A2. Or no, it's this one, so it's A2. It's the output label here. 1x output label. I'm gonna put it right here. And center it up. And I feel like I have to sneeze 1 second. Caught it! Alright. Let me put it in the middle here and snap it to... what's the horizontal snap here? I'm actually not sure. I think I have it a little bit more forward than I wanted to, but let's see. A little hard to see, so if I shift it over to the left, then I can see it a little bit better. Sorry, if I put it there, then I can make this go into A2. Pretty sure that's the first block it goes into is A2. Yes, A2. Destination good. Drop it in there at a rate of 180 rods per minute. Select iron rods. So that is now going into destination A2. I might put a sign there that explains the split, but I don't really have a blueprint for that, so I'm not sure how to really account for that. But on the bottom row here, this is coming from block C1, D1. Rods from block D1 are going to come down into here and funnel in from block D1. So this is D1. At a rate of technically full speed, so it would be 180, but it's really not. It'll be 180, but it's overflowing, and it only needs however many. What is the production rate for this? 72? Assembler block. Modular frame. Yeah, 72 rods. So technically only needs 72. The rest is overflow. You do this to say I'm doing that's the rate and it's overflowing. I don't know. I'm kind of making it up as I go. We'll see if it makes sense. I'll copy that just so I have it. Wow, I pasted something somewhere. Anyway, I don't know. Copy. And it did come from D1. It is expecting iron rods, so that should be rods. Good. It's overflowing, and then... yeah, if I put the same thing here, I can just hit Control V and paste it in. 72, and it's overflowing, coming from, again, the same block, D1, D1, and rods. Yes. Wrong side. Give me that one. Cool, so that's set. So now I can start connecting that belt, and it can just start doing it. So if I take this belt into there, everything should be good. So that's both of those rods taken care of. And now I can take care of this second row of rods, which is going to be made specifically for screws. And again, it's just 1-to-1, so one output, one input. I'm pretty sure the screws have one input here. Let me check the screw blocks, which I think are these two, this one and this one. Let's see. This has... I don't know if that's right. Let me go up top, because I actually don't know what I'm looking at from down here. I can't remember. I think it is those two, though, so let's see. Oh. Thanks for following! That'll help with your points, right? So let's see, if I copy that, that is screws. Constructor 3-floor screws. So if I go to my constructor blueprints, that needs 120 rods, and it makes 480, so it's one input, 3 out. So if I go downstairs, it is these 2 blocks. So yes, the 2 I'm right beside. So if I jump down, 1 input, 3 out. This is the front, yes. Or wait, no, it's 2 out. It takes 480, right? And yeah, that'll fit on 2 belts. That makes sense. Okay. Can guess what? Chicken butt. Man, I need more water. I'm coughing already. What the heck? I'm talking too much. I can't. My throat doesn't like it. What a struggle. Alright, let's see. I need to take iron rods into the screws, and then plates go to the bottom floor, but let's see. I think here is right on the edge of that design I have on the bottom floor, so if I barrow through here, and that's on the pillar. Yeah, if I come over one more space, then I'm clear of that design. So I could bring all my plates down, maybe here? What's the middle of this? These two? Uh-oh. Confused! What the heck are you doing? Thank you for the 5 gifted. Wild. Wildin'. Going crazy, I tell you. Crazy. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. We didn't have to do that. I will sit coffee in your name. Nice sip of coffee. Why do I have 3 inputs on the reinforced plates? That's confusing me. 360 screws each. That'll do it. Okay. So I need... Wait. Yeah. 360 screw... Wait. Why did I do that? Did I do... I might have to replace this blueprint. Hold on. What the heck? 180 plates. 360 screws. I think I put the wrong logistics floor down. Hold on. Do I have to redo these? I might have to replace this. Why did I put 3 belts in? And how are those hooked up? Let me see. What do these do? These each go in to a splitter block to be split again. So it's even splitting, so it's not like it's a big deal. So let's see. I'm confused. Now I'm confused. Get it? What have I done? I mean, I could technically just replace the blueprint, but I feel like with the other decorations and stuff I added on top after the fact, it'll just get, like, wonky. Or it might not let me place one down, so I'm, like, kind of, like, against doing that as, like, the immediate fix. But if I look at that logistics floor, it does split 3 evenly. I guess I could just run a big overflow belt, because I technically only need the 2 input ones here, not the 3 input ones. That might have been a goof on my part. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna test something. I'm gonna save the game. There we go. Save, and I'm gonna save another one as like a with an actual name so I can find it. Temp backup. And let's see. If I now delete this logistics floor blueprint for the assembler. Actually, wait, let me look at my assemblers. Hold on, before I do that. Okay, that makes so much more sense. I don't have to worry about that, because the way I've got my assembler set up is they're in groups of 6. So it's not 3 because I can't do 2 inputs. It's 3 because I have to do 3 for the even split. That makes more sense. So yeah, whatever my screws input, I have to divide it into 3, but it's on cross. I gotta do a 2 to 3 splitter. Come on, really? does a 2 to 3 even look like? Do I really have to fit one of these in here twice? Are you kidding me? I'm not doing that. Unless I put it downstairs and then lift it back up. Hey, that might be a cheat. Do extra logistics on the bottom floor here where I have all this room. That'd be hilarious. I'll do it. I'm crazy like that, I'll do it. Because I need to evenly split. If I'm thinking about this right, I have to evenly split my screw output, which again, what is the output rate on the screws? It's probably insane. So if I go back up there, I'm just going to build a ladder for now. Temporary ladder in the floor. Bring it all the way down. Oh, come on. You can make that jump. Get up there. So, I'm going to go to my screw constructors, which are the ones I'm actually looking at, because the screws go from these 2 outputs to these 3 inputs. So yeah, I gotta take these 2 outputs. What's under here? Whoa, not the blueprint. Whoa, that was close. That's just grass, so that's nothing. Could bring the outputs to this side, but then they gotta go right back over. That's really awkward. I don't remember my thought process for this. Okay, so on the assembler blueprint, I have 2 inputs. My slow input and my fast input. Let's see. I'm having a hard time deciphering my splitter nonsense here. Input goes into splitter. Splitter gets split. 1. And I don't think these are... That is connected to a lift. 2. So it goes 1 and 2. Okay, I think I remember what I did here, so it doesn't matter. So yeah, this is just needs to be the screws, which honestly is probably gonna be... Ooh, another sign. Where do you want it? I see it. Also hype train. Place the sign, but you gotta tell me where you want it to. I could put it on the edge of the map here, because there's actually a crosswalk here with a... goes off into the abyss. Right at the end of this. I could take a... I could take a catwalk forward and put a thing to that, so if you like drop off the edge, it's like, well, if you want to find out. That would be so funny. Like, actually. Let's see. So if I do this, I can put the sign here. it's like, I mean, if you want to find out. Let me put some with railings and I'll leave the end unguarded. That'll be great. This is hilarious. Let me steal the portrait sign. I'm going to copy this layout here and then just modify the text. If I put one here, something like that maybe, or maybe at the end, I'm not sure. I'm gonna figure out the design first though. Let's see. I could do that. Background color could be yellow. I think I tried yellow before and I didn't like the way yellow looks on these signs. Wait, I need to do... These are... I forget the way exactly these signs work. These signs are a little bit funky. If I do that and make this dark, and then that here. Gradient up. Or a background like that. What does that background do? Just squares? A grid? It's just dots. Maybe this? We do different colors here easier. I gotta find like warning colors though, or something like that, because whatever this color is going to be the same colors to text if I do that. And that's the only thing. But that's just because that's how this shape sign works. There's other signs too that have different layouts. I think a smaller one might work too. It could just be the text. I put it right at the end. Let's see, what are the layouts for this? It's just, we've got two icons too, so it could be small text, just text, icon and text. Let's see, and if I go to my usual settings real quick, let's see. Playing around real quick to see if this has any better ideas with it. And they're not that. If I go to... That's the background not showing up on this one. That's weird. This is typically the background color, this middle swatch. So I don't know why there's no background here. Oh, it is. It's showing up now, okay. But it's not showing up here. That's weird. Bug! Found a bug! It doesn't work. It works, but it doesn't work because I don't see it in the preview. The game is broken. And then I can change, and this one I can change the top color to be like a different color for the text now. So that could work. I could make it yellow question mark? Let's see, what would be a better color? Trying to think of good, like, what do I have here with colors? I could steal this, make it, I could just make it this color scheme actually. That might work. I think I had this as that and as it is here, so whoops, guess I gotta select it again. Like so. And then that preview not working is a little off-putting. And I can put the text up there. I don't know. Which one do you like better? The small one or the big one? Because this one has a bigger icon I can put on here, that'd be funny. By thick lines, you mean this one? You know what? I actually don't mind that one. Let's see, and then I can say, let's see. This first line's gonna be, oh, wait, that feels backwards. That one should be the other way around. I'll put it right at the end. Up. East. No railings. What happens? YOLO! Just kidding. We did it! Alright, so how the hell do I do 2 into 3? Let's see. Let me think about the screw blueprints here. Let's see. If I go into here, it makes 480 screws, which means 240 each. 2 lines of 240. How many do the assemblers need? 360. It's 240. Let's see. What can I do here? What can I do here? 240. Like 80? If you divide it by 3? Let me see. What does this blueprint want? 360 over 3 lines. So I need 120 each line. Bare minimum. So I need 120 3 times. I mean, since I got 2 blocks here, it's technically got 4 lines. I could do some like overflow nonsense maybe. Let's see. This one's gonna be kind of funky. Let me go back to my notes here and maybe get rid of this since I don't need this anymore. Let's see how to do this. Numbers, how do they work? Especially with my weird blueprints. So, 360 screws in over 3 lines. 120 rods. Must be 480 screws over 2 lines. 240. Wait a minute. What the heck? I need... That'll split into 4 lines of 120. Yeah, so we'll have extra. Okay. So what I can do is I can split each output into 2 lines. Well, let's see. Can't do math. How to do math? I'm not big brain enough for math. Let's see. If I have 480 screws over 2 lines, so that's 240 each. I can't change that because that's part of the blueprint. I guess I could technically change the blueprint, but it's too late for that for the reasons I said earlier. Let's see. 480 times divided by 2, 240. Need 120. Wait, each line is 240, so I need 120. So I can divide each line into 2, and that'll give me 120 each. Divided by 2 again is 120. Need 120, so I can take 3, split each line into 2, so I have 4 lines. 3 go there. The same thing here. Split these 2 into 4 lines. 3 go there. The rest are remainders. Those get sunk. Okay. Okay. I got it. Figured it out. We got it. Crisis averted. Thing is, I just don't have room to do all of that here. So I might have to sink the floor a little bit. And do a little bit of this nonsense. Maybe. And then I can just fill this in with foundations to do some stuff here like I did earlier in some other places. Because I do want to have some way to get out of here and have this, keep this area relatively clear if I can. And I might move this sign back a little bit too, or remove it completely, I'm not sure. Let me just fall down. Where's my ladder? I am so good at parkour that I fall down and Yeah. Oh. Parachute's freaking me out here. I have no control over the parachute. I just end up doing circles around whatever I'm trying to land on. It's crazy. Let me zoop over some foundations. Let's see what happens. This I will get rid of for now, and I can replace it if I need it back. Did want to get some more space. That's what I wanted to do. And oh, you know what? Let me get even more. The more space, the better, because I can always fill it in after the fact if I have too much. So I'm gonna take the rods in, and then the outputs each get split twice. So these get dropped down. Let me put it here. I need more floor. Not on that. Let's see. Oh, that's 4 meter. That's why I need to get rid of that. I guess technically I need to keep it, but I need to clip this here. And whoops. Too. What the heck? And this man, well, I have no access here now, man. Let's see. This way. Oh, I need to close this up too. Let's see. Oh, here's the rods. Okay, so I can take these outputs and feed them around here into straight line down here. Alright, have a good day. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see. Well, I lost my place here. Let's see. Where am I? E5. Oh, I'm way further back than I thought. I need to go way further down. Let's see. Let's try that again. Down here. Yeah, it's blocked by the stairs, so it's harder to see. So I need to get these. It's plates, which means this is rods. That is one of them. And then the second one. Okay, this is it. Second one's here. So this... Yeah, so I need these two. I might make some space here so I can pull this out to the side. like so. Oh wait, that needs to go straight. That's actually a straight line, never mind. This can, let's see, this can go out of the way. Straight line. Down the center. Alright, where's the input? I think it comes around to the left here. The other one can go beside it. Yeah, that's the input. That's the other. So first one, second one can come around over the top here and in. Perfect. So let me get that second input line lined up. Alright, so this one can... What to do with this one? This one I might bring up to the ceiling and run across here. And then drop it down. Let's see. So it can run beside it in a parallel line. So to do that, let's see, I might start with the ceiling mounts. Let me put one here. And another one here. Wait, can't put them on that, have to put it on foundation. Bet I could nudge it, but it'll be a different height, so I don't want to deal with that. So let's see, if I do this, I think... Will a lift on this side be in line? It actually will. Do that, then I have my two lines. I can have them come out straight. One there, one here. Then I can put a lift on this end. And that's not quite straight, so that means this one can get pushed forward a little bit. I think there. Let's see, I have to do it one piece at a time. I'm not quite sure what the distancing is on this. Maybe, whoops. Oh, I think I have the inputs and outputs flipped on here. Let's see. This needs to be, yeah, receiving. So if I go over one more nudge, that should be perfect. Here. And like so. Perfect. Nice right angle. Up into the air. This should carry over into the other lift. Ooh, there we go. Alright, so that's the rods done here. Now these two can carry along until I get to the screw production. Let's see, how far can these go? Up to here. Let's see. In the center. And center. And then we'll just keep it going. I think I'm going to dodge over these later, but that's okay. And then here. Oops. To here. Alright, first one can make a right turn to this side. And in. This one can come forward some more. I'll keep it in default mode. Let's see, to here. And I wonder what right or straight build mode will do when it does an S-bend. It looks like... Oh wait, that's... Well, that's the output. I need to come over here. Hold on. Yeah, I need to come out to this spot. Back 2 spaces. And enter. So now I should be producing screws, and now I can start labeling these inputs. And... yeah, okay, that'll work. So let me get the blueprints for the inputs here. Logistics, do a... Where's my 1x input label? Put that on the line here. Let's see, does that crash into anything? It does not, but like before, I'm gonna have to redo this piece. It's a little bit off. I think that was a 2 meter. Yeah. Alright, so this is rods. Whoops. Apparently it's iron rod, singular, at a rate of reinforced plates. What are they? Oh, this is screw production. Hold on. I'm going crazy. Screw production. 120, and it's overflowing. Like that. I think that's what I was doing with my overflow before. -O. Can't remember where else I put it. I put it somewhere, but let's see. Yeah, over here. Yeah, so I'll keep that consistent. So that's how much it's... I think the dash is going to be my indicator that that's how much the block needs, but the rest is getting overflowed somewhere. Which in this case, it isn't, so I think I need to put a smart splitter down at each junction. So that might mean... There's my 2 belts I can sync to. Let me start with this one, although I think depending on how they're lined up, I might have to make some space because 2 splitters won't fit side by side in this kind of a gap. Like the belt will clip through the splitters, so in this case... I'll get that smart splitter. Let me try this one. Where is this? Let me drag a belt over. I think these can come over to the side at a right angle and be okay. So in that case, I will break this one off to the side here this way to be in line with the middle belt. This one here, I'll drag this one, let me bring it forward a bit to here, and let's see. Default, build it to the middle. So now the middle seam line here is my reference point for that outer belt to come to. Lined up to here. Smart splitter in. It is on the middle. And lined up there. Should be good. So left output rods, center output overflow. Or rod, not rods. Overflow in the middle. Good to go. That and that. There we go. And now the other one, I think I'll have to raise it up over here. But if I then connect this over with a right angle bend, then that should fit into place. Yeah, like right here. And I can feed in. And I should be able to fit another splitter here. Let's see. Yeah, like that. This can remove and remake it as a single belt piece. Like that. This can just go straight in, and let's see. Left output, rod, singular, overflow in the middle. And then this one can just raise up and over. And to clear that belt, that'll be fine. I'll just do a single... I don't know a clean way to do that with the belt that looks nice, so I'll just do this. One foundation width, and then a foundation and a half for the height, and then a foundation and a half to drop off. So it's a little excessive for going over a belt, but it's fine. Let me go to default build mode, please. Oh my gosh, the snapping. What the heck? Come on. Go ahead. Connect. And connect. Drop it down. And then this one I can bring over in a similar manner. I think like so. Back to default, but over to, what is the distance here? Center foundation. This point. Let's see, like so. And connect it up. There we go. Now that can get sunk too. Overflow's taken care of. Now, let's see. To deal with these screws, I'm gonna have to take the outputs of each. Which I think, yeah, that's set to the same spot. I think I'll drop the outputs right where the blocks end, so I'll go in one more block here. So that means I need more space underneath each. And let's see. These need to come and to be split 3 ways. Technically 4 ways. 3 of them going up here. So I think I can fill this back in with a regular 4 meter. And then this side. And that's the output, which is the actual plates, so that can get merged with another line at some point. Also, on 20O, let me put another input label here to match this up, and I'll get these at the same time. 1x input here, wedge. Oh, once again, let's see here. Gotta redo the beam. 2 meters up. Paste that, and oops, don't rad the belt. Let's see. Just stand on it, please. There we go. Rod. Coming from block, let's see. These are coming from the same 2 blocks, so they're right next to each other. Not A1. Let me trace the route here. First one is coming from... My labels are really far back on this row. D2 and C2. C2 is the left edge here, so D2 and C2. C2 on the left, D2 on the right. So this is coming from C2. And this is coming from D2. Oh, missed my jump. Let me up. Up, up, up. C2. Or was it D2? I already forgot. I think this was D2. D2. Alright, I think that's correct. Let's see. This one should be coming from D2, then this outside edge one I'm standing next to. Double check. I think they're backwards. Or maybe not. Coming up from here. And that is D2. Okay, that's right. So now I can label the... Do I have these outputs labeled correctly though? Because I think they're... I need to figure out what block that's coming to. They're going to different blocks too. Because I don't have those output labels labeled yet correctly, I'm pretty sure. That's B4 and B5. So B4, B5. 4 on the left, 5 on the right. 4, 5, 4, 5. 4, 5. So that means this is going to 4, so I need an output label. 1x output. I'll put it right in the middle of the foundation. 4 now, although I guess it would technically make sense to put it here instead. Whoops. Give me that copy. And let's see, these are way forward. So I'll put it there. Although that's technically the other one. Should put it over the middle. Like that. Although since they're right next to each other, it's a little confusing, so maybe I should just put 2 right here. So that I can know what I'm looking at. This one can go away. Then I can technically put the other one here, and I'll just have a copy of the same thing over there. So that's fine, I guess. This one, yeah, would have to go here. So slightly confusing, but with the positioning, but that's fine. This would technically be the first case of me having a repeated output label though, so maybe I shouldn't. That would probably get a little confusing. Although everything's confusing, everything's unique. I'm outputting 180 rods. Yep. Sorry, everything's a rod. I can't. Gotta drop the S when I say it. 180 rod. Gotta break English to make the signs correct. Let's see, 180. Oh, standing on the belt again. Let me up. Let me up. Here. Wrong one. Let me do rod. Going to 2 different blocks, left side and right side. I already forgot which is which. Something B4, B5, I think. Yeah, left side B4, right side B5. B4, B5. 4, 5, 4, 5. B4. Standing on the belt again. B4. B5. Label done. And I think that's that. Let's see. Overflow, overflow, yes. So that's sunk. And then these are making all the screws, so that's 240 each line. So if I split each one into 2, I guess I could technically do 2 stacks of splitters. Let's see, how would this work? If I were to do a splitter in the middle, maybe? That. And then split each one 2 ways. Let me go to, yeah. Doesn't quite give me enough space to do nice right angles with one foundation in the middle. So, what to do, because I gotta put them into the inputs here. There's not enough space in that space to do it. But could do it out here. Take each line independently. 2 lines out here. Then they gotta feed into there each way once they're merged, so maybe I should work backwards. Or just give myself a decently sized space to work in here. Let's see. Which means these 2 might go as well, I guess. I think I said it earlier, but I can always fill in the space I don't use instead, but it's better to have too much, I guess. So that's gonna have to stay though, that's the problem. So let me start with this side maybe. If I bring these 2 sides down... Well, you know what, let me actually... I think I can make this one single floating belt if I do the right straight build mode. Yeah, so that works. So I can delete this, no support there needed now. Fill that. And then, yeah, that's one little weirdness of foundations, because there's a slight gap in the foundations here because of a curve I made somewhere, and I started building all the foundations off of that at some point. So let's see. I need to find the proper build height, build positioning for these. That's the wall, so that's gonna be offset. So then this is correct. That's gonna make looking at this really awkward. So maybe I'll delete everything for now, only use the 1 meter floor, and then I'll go downstairs later and fix the walls that are gonna have weird gaps in them. So that'll be a future me thing. Because I need to see the directions on these foundations to make sense of it, so let's see. If I were to drop those down, could split them 2 ways each. Still have some Z fighting here, let's see. Yeah, there's another wall clip in there, so let's see. I'm gonna drop these down. If I put a splitter in the middle, probably don't want to do it like that. I probably want to put it more... maybe here? Twice. And then I take 2 of the outputs of each. Let's see, let me lay this out and kind of look at it more like this. So if I do this, I'm literally trying to split each one of these into 2, and then combine 3 of them together. It's been a long time since I've had to do something like this. Let's see, because I do have a blueprint for it's like a designed, like, decorated blueprint, but I do have a blueprint for a 2 to 3 like, balancer thing. So I've got inputs on one side and outputs on the other. There's your 3 belts in, and then your 2 belts in and your 3 belts out. So like if I hold that, then input, input, and I am half tempted to just... wait, I need to do a 2 to 4. Not a 2 to 3. Crazy. This one. A little bit bigger. But I could put that down. Here's your 2 inputs. And your 4 outputs here. I just put 2 of those down and then belt those back up after merging them. And then the excess can just get trucked off or sunk down there, maybe. That might be a simpler solution than trying to do it all in this tight, confined space. Because again, I did think I had enough space for all this, but I also wasn't really sure either, because I figured I'd have to do a little bit of like splitter merger stuff. But the extent to which I wasn't really sure, so who knows. Let me get a quick sip. Alright, let's see if... just take it one at a time. Let's see that. Let me do the outside edge first. If I split that down from the middle of that foundation, because I do like to try to build in the center foundations whenever I can. So if I do that first, I'll probably put a lift up here to connect it. I can do a merger, then straight ahead. Or I need 3 sides of it, so I can put it in the middle. Well, then I have to split this one 2 ways as well. So if I have an output coming out like there, here, those are my 2 outputs from that one. And then I guess I could pretend I have another, or put another splitter in a similar spot up in line. So then I can connect those together, split that 2 ways. And then have that be the same design, just in reverse. Which in this case would mean stackable poles. Well, I'd hit that belt, but I can just replace this with a different design later, maybe going up and over that stuff. So, forward and here. And then the opposite, but the same thing here. And that means if that works, I can then push these over to be really close, and then I can figure out how to merge 3 of these together in a way that's not horrible. Let's see how to do that. Well, let me play with that out here, and then I can maybe mimic it closer in a more compact design. So if I take a merger, let's say I put it in the middle of somewhere, like... I'll put it here for now. I will have to take all 3 inputs, so I have to put it in a way where it's in line with each row. There's some weird jankiness like this. Let's see. And let's see. I can do... Because I'm going to have, eventually what I'm going to have is 3 offset lines coming off of it. Basically like this, so I basically need to recreate this within the belts here. Something, and this could be the right input, this can be the middle, and this can be the outside edge, something like that. It's a rough idea. Let's see. And to make it actually happen, I guess I want to figure out first What is the closest I can get this to the wall, but still have that belt coming out at a right angle that's not clipping it? So if I do this here, I think that is it. That means this is kind of my target. So now I know what I'm aiming for. Not the ground. Let's see. So I could use lifts for this, but I do have bottom outputs here because I'll need this output to be cleared, so that could technically come into there. So, and then that could either go on to the other one or be sunk. Who knows? Could figure that out later. So that's a maybe build. And then these two have to go into those outputs. So that can be used with lifts. Pretty sure. Like if I take a lift from here, that's in line like that with the splitter. Pretty sure if I go out like that, this will just be a right angle. Yes. And then the inside edge can be the same thing, just closer and facing the other direction. So that's technically the most compact. I think you can do this without doing weird janky like clipping lifts and belts and stuff. Which I do want to try to avoid with this build, just to see if I can. Let me connect that up. And then these can then be connected as single belts. Here to here. Yeah. Wait. Is this lift placed the wrong way? Oh wait, that's backwards. Okay, so if I just redo this, I just need to place the merger there and face the output the right way. Easy to do that. So if I put the output forward, then this should be fine. This can be one piece. And then these should all just snap in. Not like that. To the other side, please. Good. So now I have my extra belt from the 2 to 4, and then 3 of them are connected into one belt, and then that. Wait. I just realized I don't need to merge them. I'm having a brain fart. Those 3 lines can just go right in. So, oops. It's a good thing I didn't go too elaborate with that, but still. Funny to do. So I can just take those 3 outputs and put them much closer together now. So that's actually better. It's probably a good sign I should end stream soon. I'm getting tired and I can't think right. Very big brain moment. So I guess I can take that into a right angle. Let me see if I can line everything up into side-by-side belts. 3 side-by-side belts would be nice. And I'll just do the same thing with lifts. So I can do that middle one. Think by lining up, yeah, directly lining it up like that. And then this one can be the same thing, but then just facing outwards directly. And so it's the same accomplished goal. It's just the end result is no merger. So there, now I got 3 belts, and oh, that one can actually be over one more space. So if I were to do that here. Yeah, then that would be the same. Oh, autosave. There we go. I think that's a right angle belt. Can the parachute let me up, please? Cool, we got that. Got this. And I think I will take these. What is the distance here? 7 foundations, so it's the middle again, so 4 in. The middle is right under this. If I just take 3 supports here, and I think I can just take these straight across, and that would be the middle. Yeah. Cool, 3 lines, and then just go straight into here. So to make that work, I think I'll have to do lifts again for all of them, so I can do one here that just snaps right in. doesn't quite hit, but that's actually okay, because I can connect them up right at the end, and then I can just sort of offset these one by one. So that means the next one is there. The last one is here. And that should just connect in and be straight, if I did that right. Here's hoping. Cool. So now, if I connect these up, that's the input. I can redo that input belt now. Let's see. So now I think I can make this a straight belt on the ground and kind of do the reverse here. Just connect that up. And I'm starting to see why I didn't, but I just put the output on the other side. So I'll make this rod. I'll make this rod. Set that to none, and now I can just put a lift on this side and have it come over here. And now, since I do want this to be a short lift, I'm going to put another connection point really close so that the lift can snap to it and be short. It's a little cheat to kind of shrink your lifts a little bit. And then that can just come straight across over top all of this stuff. And so I can put stackable poles here, right in line. Let's see, it is in line with this. Oh, it's actually not quite centered on those belts. Hold on. I might push that back a little bit so it is. Yeah, let me do this. Let me copy the settings on this here. There we go, copy that. Let me delete these two connections here and delete that. Let me move it so it's in line with the belt so I can actually stack it properly. Splitter. Here. In line. And I think... No, everything should be on the center line. That's off by 1. So it needs to be here. And make sure that's lined up. That should be correct. I can then paste my settings, make sure it's the same. And let me connect these back up. There we go. Oh yeah, and let me stack this on here so I can get the short lift. Delete that now. Is set to rods. Now if I put stackable poles here, that should line up. So I can do this. That should be a straight line. Nice. And then I can carry that down to the level of this, which I think is actually a foundation and a half across, so that's actually perfect. It will be shorter by a little bit, but that's okay. So I can just nudge it over 2 spaces, put it up twice, and now this can come up to here, and bend into here into a nice right angle. Easy peasy. Alright, so there's screws figured out. I can connect these up, but first I want to make sure I get this output label done first. Also, I need to get this connected. So that's a connection, that's a connection. So let's see, where are my labels for this block? Out up front on floating in the air. Good to know. So I think in order to place that properly, I can put it, that blueprint I'm talking about for the sign. I guess I could aim it here and then nudge it over. That should be enough room for that. There is a limit to your nudge distance, unfortunately. It looks like it's sitting right on that seam or right on the edge there, so that's fine. I can make that work. So I do a 2x output label. Technically it's a 2x output label, even though I'm making it 4. I can nudge it over. There we go, right in the middle. And place. And so that's technically correct, although I feel like I should make it a 4. Since it's technically 4 120s, not since I am splitting it manually after the fact. I think I will do that, actually. So I'm going to swap that with a 4x output label. That makes the most sense for future me to make sense of. So if I do that, I can make sure that's lined up and then nudge it over. Yeah, I think that's the middle. And so I know if I did this right, then each one of these should be 120 screws per minute. So the icon's actually correct by this point, by sheer coincidence. And let's see. These are actual numbers, so there's no overflow. These are going to, 3 of them anyway, are going directly into A5. I gotta figure out which one's not. And that one's the odd one out. That one can probably just go straight into the sink, or no, that's collected into the overflow. So all except one is going into A5. Paste, paste. There we go, can reach it there. And let's see. The odd one out is this bottom one, which is that lower right one. So that means this one is going to go into the bin, which I'm pretty sure is G1 on the factory map. I'd have to go and look. So I will. Let me double check that. So the factory map is G1. I gotta run all the way upstairs and then all the way across to check. I don't have any other factory maps planted down, unfortunately. I feel like I should put one there, but then I have to modify the "You Are Here" sign to be different, and I don't know if there's room for that. I think it's just a home icon now, actually, now that I think about it, but anyway. Let me just double check the positioning of things. So there's storage block. That is, in fact, G1. All good. So that one belt is going to get combined with the one belt here I'm not using, and then those can just ferry along next to the sushi belt into storage. All good. Easy peasy. So let me head back down. And down again. Okay, so that's the back side of the screw production. And so now I just need to do the same thing here, do the split into 4 and 4, but on this side. And the inputs for this one is actually right beside it, so that's going to be a little bit awkward. So I might... Let's see what I did here. I ran on both of the splitters, opposite heights, and then ran... oh, I'm losing my mind, Chantrix, don't you worry. I am slowly losing my mind trying to figure this out. I don't know if I have enough space to do what I want for the other piece here. It's gonna be close. But I'm trying. I got the space here to do an even split 3 ways just to lift it right back up there. And well, let's see. These are one foundation apart. Technically there should be space for it. So this actually should be fine. So I just gotta mimic what I did here, which is splitter, caddy corner. I think it'll work. So let's see. I did line one up. I think I lined it up super close. Let me see the distance on that foundation, and then I can copy it exactly. It is dead center on that axis. So if I take a splitter and put it right here, then I can put one right next to it, 3 high. Not blueprint mode. And that means there should be a tiny gap here. I need to put a belt in to connect it, but I will do that later. And then what I did was I just used lifts to connect 3 of them together. So that means... yeah, let me grab a lift. And... well, let's see. I might not even need to put lifts down because that's just going to go down just to go back up again. So I could just take that one, wrap it around the corner, do the same thing, and then lift up 1. So technically all I have to do is take 2 outputs. I might cheat one of these since it's right there. I could just back one of these up like this. And there, that's one of the inputs. And then if I think I can just do this direct. That can be one of the other inputs. Now I just need to take the lift on that one and feed it into that belt. So that means I can take a lift here. Make sure that's set right. And do that. And then that's the 3rd one. Done. Easy. And this is the extra one that gets sent to storage. Since I basically just want to take each line output and split it in half, and then combine 3 of them together and send the extra one out to storage. And that's what I've done here. So I'm going to copy this and do the same thing. So in this case, I think this blueprint will have to get slapped down like here, and then I have to figure out where to nudge it to make it make sense. Can I nudge it that far forward? I can, so that's where that goes. And then I think this one, I'll have to trace the routes back to make sure they're right, but I think that's good. And I'm pretty sure I've got the same sign copied, so I can just put a big pillar here a couple times. Let me jump right off of it. Good job. And I should be able to just paste. Oh, wait a minute. This is actually one spot too high because I can't see the signs above it. Yeah, there's signs above that one. So I need a different blueprint for that to fit there. Which means I actually need to swap it and do the output blueprint because I think that one's like technically one block lower. I think. No, that still covers the sign. So what is the input one? Maybe I just have the wrong ones there. I'm pretty sure these are at different levels. So that's why I have different blueprints for them. Okay, they're at the same level. That's wild. I guess I could replace that with catwalk because I think that's the intention. So maybe I'll just do it that. That's the easier way to do it than trying to fudge these blueprints around. Let's see if I do the 4 again. Because you see there's 4 signs on top of each, and as soon as I nudge it that way, they disappear in the floor there. I guess I could just hang it forward a little bit more. That's fine too. It's the easier solution. I'll just do that. It's fine. I don't care. They don't all have to be exactly the same. And it's perfect. There we go. Paste, 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 paste. And let's see. Alright, where are these coming from? These are all... Or where are these going to? That's what that's for. I don't quite have that figured out yet. They're just going next door, actually. That's right. So that means all of these should just say A5, and they do. So all of these just need to say A4 except one, and I can figure out that odd one out later. They jump off again. Good job. Whoop, don't fall. A4. The magic letters are A4. Copy, paste, 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 and then the one odd one out can go to G1. Yes. Which in this case is the bottom left one. This one. So this can be G1. One number off. Keyboard, how dare you. G1. And then those I can just merge and then belt right back over to storage. So let's see. I do need to overflow that into the sink otherwise. But let's see. I can do that. Storage is around this corner. Yeah, because there's the sink and that storage is down this alley. So this is the path to storage. I could... There's not really a gap here I can follow. There's a belt in the way there. I guess I could make room by putting this through the floor instead. That'd be... Because I think there's just grass down here. Yeah. So I think I'll just sink this one through the floor instead. And I'll just do that really simply by putting in some 2-meter foundation. Yeah, and then I can just carry it straight. And then I'll cover the rest with half foundations. So that can go. So again, this will come out at a right angle. Default mode. There. Could probably cheese a short stubby lift here, but I'll just carry the belt down. That might be the simplest way to go. Let's see, if I do it like this, I'll probably carry it to here. So it's literally dipping down just to come back up. Good job, belt. So proud of you. So I guess in that case, I'll drag this down. Where's the straight line? There is straight. So let me line that up again, in line, and then 2 nudges. And that'll give it a nice right angle. And I guess that means I didn't need to fill these in, so I can just put that back. And this I can fill in with half foundations, I guess. I think I'll clip some together so that it fills in the space completely. So I'll do one there, and then I'll rotate this one 180 and do the same thing here. And then I'll put one sideways. Yeah. I like that. That clipping is a little egregious there, though, that Z fighting. It's like almost good. What if I cheese it and change the material? Will that make it behave? Yes, it will. There, I did it. So now I have a belt here clear down this middle alley that I can fit the screws into, since that was the other unique belt. I think that'll be good. So now I have that lane cleared, and that means if I follow straight on top of this row of rods here, I can have screws coming back the other way, and then the smart splitter can be... Ooh, maybe right in line with this, because I'll have to bend down to hit that line. So I could do something weird like this. So the belt can come in here. Screws can then go forward, and then the overflow can go right into that belt. That. So that can be the overflow, so that when storage fills up with screws, the screws can keep flowing. So then screws go left, overflow goes right, nothing goes out the forward, even though you don't need to set this to none. I will still do it. Screws, overflow. Good. Wait, forward should be the screws, not the left. Got that backwards. That should be none. This should be screws. Screws and overflow. So that way, I can line up the belt here by just putting that in a line. Let's see, what is the positioning here? Leg right on the seam, leg right on the seam, 2 nudges, perfect right angle, and then if this can reach, then it's good to go. There's that. So this will be the line for screws. I'll go ahead and belt this over all the way into the bin. Snapping. Hello? There we go. And then let's see, on this end, it just needs to go right into the bin here. So that means from here, it can be like that. That's fine. Straight in. And then one last connection here. So there, that will be the screws, and then everything else will be on the belt that feeds into here, which is the sushi belt. Let's see. Yeah, I guess that could just be its own unique thing, kind of hiding, coming along this side. So I might put more stacks here. While I'm here, I might as well run this belt back too, since I'll need it. So let's see. I think my plan was like a foundation and a half for height differences, so I'll put that one here. Belt in. So this will be where all the high processed goods come in. They'll come out to here for storage. And then the overflow for them gets sunk so that they can keep moving. And then from here it is right between the left edge and the center. That's the positioning for this. So now if I put that here, I have room to belt things back. And I think it's just close enough off the ceiling that none of the items will hit, but it'll be close. That's okay. It still looks good. Let's see, I'll put the next stack in line here, just so it matches. So that should be the same positioning for this, to be straight. Looks straight to me, and then I can keep that going forward. And then once I get it to here, I'll kind of figure out the positioning later once I get everything else up to this point. So let's see, stackable pole, here and here, belting from here, it'll reach, just off, so I need to move it forward a little bit. I'll put it on this pole, to here, and that should reach. There we go. And so there's my final output belt for the storage area anyway. So let me connect up those screws. Those screws go up onto the rods here. One stackable pole high. Into that. And then that can keep going every pole. Put down another. Yeah, I'll probably bring the belt around to the side, so I'll put another one here in the middle. Like that. And then from here, I think I'll try to figure out the route. Because it'll probably stack over this inside belt on top of it. So if I merge both of these screw lines together now, I don't need that anymore. That can come around to the side. Ooh, I'm getting lag. What the heck? Let me bring that over into the middle, like so. So that'll be the final output line for screws, and then they can merge together here. Ooh, I should bring that over to the center though. Like this. Merge, and the output can come to the right so that I can lift it up to be over this belt with a stackable pole. So if I bring it in line and nudge it twice, and that should be my output line. And what I can do for this part is when I put a lift on it, I can raise it up to be that height, and then this should be a nice right angle. Yes. So there's the screws, all good. That can go straight in, that can go straight in, and now I don't need this anymore, so this can get filled in, and good. Same thing with these two here, and I think that's it. Technically I don't need this one either. So let's see, what damage did I do down here? Let me get this fixed first, because I destroyed some walls here. So that can come over. One too many? I think that was it. And then looks like I deleted my poor ladder. I need my ladder back so I can get up. Nice. Now I can fill it in. And all's good. So that one can be good. This one I can zoop all the way to here. And I got plenty of room here for some half foundations, so I'm gonna. Let's see, not blueprints. Let me go to foundations. I can put some here. And then here and here. I do one. I think I can flip one in. Like that. And again, if the Z fighting's terrible, I can just change it to not asphalt, but grit metal. And it won't be so bad. And this one I can flip around so it's flush. There we go. Very nice. So now that's all filled in. Those could technically be centered into the... Don't really want to do that. Don't really want to get that pedantic. That would involve a lot of rebuilding. I'm not going to worry about it. It's fine. It doesn't bother me. So let's see. These get merged. These are my screws. So now I can run this back, connect it up, and then that should be set. So now put it in line with the rest of these posts here. here. And then let's see. If I just follow the post, then it will line up and it will reach. There. And then I want to connect it up to here, so that's where I need to bend it. So if I do a right angle turn, it's going to be this positioning. So again, centered, but not quite. So from here, it'll be in line, but 2 nudges forward. So that means that will be a right angle. This will be a right angle. Everything will be nice and straight and square. Nice. So now if I just connect these lines up, that's set. Yep, because I'm pretty sure the modular frames just require rods and reinforced iron plates. And that's next on the list, so let's see, what do I want to do now? I'm going to connect these up so that I start making or sending off these screws. So to do that, I just need to put a belt in here and a lift in here, which I will start by putting it there first so that I can just clip it into the splitter there and not worry about it. And then the same thing on this side, do this small belt and then a lift clipping into the splitter. And then lift here, splitter there, or lift there, belt here. Now the screws get shipped off, and now I'm making, at least I've got one of the inputs. Now I still got to run the belts for the plates. That's the other thing, because I was going to put them into a truck station on the bottom floor. So that will be the next thing I figure out, which I think, thought I had a spot marked out, but I guess I filled it in maybe by accident. Let's see. I think it was in line with maybe this spot. Yeah, because if I do it here, it drops down into the lower level so that I can reach another truck station for shipping off plates to some other place. So that means I could probably get away with doing it here. I don't have to calculate the rate of plates coming in here, so I can put it on the station. The truck station actually has 3 or maybe even 4 spots for signs to snap to, so you can really put a lot of information on these. So if I put it here, that means if I'm in this lane, I can drive right in front of that one, but it's fine. Pick up and then peel off. All's good. I might put it a little bit further down. Let's see, where's the drop down? Back there. See, I can really put it anywhere around here and it'll be fine. Let's try this spot. Yeah, I think that's a good spot for it. Because I can add another lane here, just a 2-lane peel off. And then have it come back in. It's temporary, but let's see. You know what? Let me actually figure that out now. Might be easier if I do it now. So if we have a pickup zone here, that means this light I'll have to go and move. Which means I could have another, that turning lane could be into here. That's fine. And then from here it can just turn out. So that can be straight. Like that. It's a 2-lane pickup. Easy. There's your plates. And I can go in either direction from here, technically. Now, what I'm gonna do, it's something I tend to do with when I do 2 foundation-wide roads, is on the beginning, on the entrance and exit, is I'll just delete them and shift them over by 4 nudges. That way I can have a centered arrow or something going in the direction I intend to drive. Since they have to be centered on the foundations to work right, or to look right. So now if I go here, I can do half foundations either side, and then I can paint them asphalt to match the road texture. And there. Asphalt, asphalt. Same thing there. Don't need that anymore. And then for my patterns, I'll just do my standard, which I've come to use a lot. Crosswalks for the pickup zone. And then for this, since it's a 2-lane road, I'll just use solid lines. these center lines, technically. Yeah, that's it. Okay. That's what I was looking for. Couldn't quite think of what I was doing. And then for the corners, I do the center corners. So those are the markings, and then I can put arrows at the end so I know which way I'm going. Which in this case, I'm pretty sure I'm just going to turn right. And then standard procedure for me, all those get white. And that's it. Road's done. Let me look at it from up here. So yeah, I got another pickup option now, so if I'm driving down this road I can come in, use this lane here. I might make this dashed line so I can turn in sooner, since that's how I decided to mark that. So I'll just go into the patterns here and switch it to side dashed lines. And that way I can pretend that it's a turning lane. To get here, pick up, and then out we get. Same thing. So that would be plates on input. So however I want to feed them down, they'll just feed straight down and go in. Or I could run them along the ceiling and drop them in. That might be a better look. So if I do that, then I would drop them into here. That means it wouldn't be on the center line, it'd be just off of it in terms of position, but I could also just belt it into the center, that's fine too. Don't worry about power later. Alright, let me get back up there with the ladder, and then I'll figure out what I'm doing with the plates. So, let's see, I now have, probably only need one foundation now that I'm thinking about it, so that means probably this one I'll leave open since that's the one that's closest to, so if I come back down here for just a second, yeah, it's closer to that side. Whoops. And if it were in line, I could shift it left to right a little bit, but I would like it to be in a foundation space, so I think that's fine. I might put a floor hole here, just as a reference point for the pickup zone. So let's see. If I do logistics and put a lift floor hole here, in the center but in line, so that is one notch off the center. So is that. So if I do this, that should technically be in line with that lift on the station, which means that's a straight line. Which means now on top, if I feed, if I don't get run over, I thought I heard a vehicle. Which means now if I put a lift here, I should be able to just feed all the surplus plates into there, and all's good. And then they'll get loaded, assuming I'll give that truck station power, which I will do later. I don't know which direction they're gonna come from, but if I load up from here, that will work. So I guess I need to figure out the numbers for the plates. I need to send plates to, I think, just the truck station, and then... Ooh, I might need actually 2 inputs, depending on the belt speed, because I think... let's see, how many plates do I need for the reinforced plates? I don't remember. 180 each? 73 and 64, that... wait, what rate do I make them at, though? That's the other part I forgot. Blueprints, constructor stacks. I make them at 240. So I'm getting 240 per block. Okay, let's see here. 240 per block means... yeah, I'll have 60 left over, I think. Yeah, so that means if I run a block straight into one of the other blocks for the reinforced plates, so I'll have 60 extra if I do an overflow. Both of those overflows I was going to sink, but I can send them to this truck. And then I think I'll have 2 more belts worth that are full. Not quite full. 240. Right. I could totally fill in both of those belts with the 60 surplus. Because I'll have 2 belts of plates going into the reinforced plate production, and I'll have 60 extra on total. And then I'll have 2 belts of 240. And so if I merge each of those surpluses into those other belts, there'll be 2 full 270 belts. So that means I'll be exporting 540 plates on that truck station. But it needs to be 2 belts. So I'm going back down. Let's see if I can figure this out with 2 belts now. So if I were to put 2 belts on here, then I just have to do something like this. And I guess I could technically... Let me put a... Well, let me just delete that floor for a second. What is under here? It looks like it's the 3 belts for... Maybe it's 2 belts. I don't know what those are for. That might be the middle of a logistics block. Nothing convenient, that's for sure. Buttons. Well, let's see. If I come back here... Let's see if I can find that spot. Maybe there's a better spot I can drop them down. Oh, it looks like it's just right here. So yeah, that's right under my logistics for that stuff. So I guess... could drop it down from here. That'd be much better. So if I do that, then I can feed all the surplus back from here. Because I'll have another belt from here that I can combine and feed the surplus plates back. So technically what I need to do is I need to feed one of the belts of plates into this input, and then feed another one into this input, and then these can start producing reinforced plates. And I think there's just enough space here to get everything in and out. So let's see, where's the first block of reinforced, or just regular plates? Right here. So this row of plates and this row of plates will get fed over into here. I will probably stack them above this line, and then they can peel off here onto this foundation, go into that input and that input, and then I can pull the output from that, combine it, and get it out of here somehow. Keyword being somehow. Plus the extra surplus, so I need more smart splitters. Maybe I should sink this all into the floor, who knows? Maybe I do need the space here. So if that's the case, then I guess I can just do this. Although there is wall here, so that's why it's a little awkward, because I gotta delete that to make it work for the texturing so I can see what I'm doing. And here we can see the gap for the weirdness of building off of a curve, which is, I think, 4-meter foundation. Yeah, that's part of a wall, that's why that looks weird. But if I fill that in, then I have more space to do stuff, so that works. Let me clear this out for a bit too. Might need it. What I could do is feed plates in from the bottom. If I add more space here, I'll have to delete more wall. Ooh, and my decorated piece. I don't want to do that, so maybe I won't do that. Oops. Fell down again? Let's see. Technically have room for plates up here above that. So I could run them along the ceiling. Let me see. If I do a ceiling mount, how far does that come down? It does clear it. So let's see, if I put that here. Yeah, I might do this. Let's see. I put it there, but in the center of the foundation, that is... Can't see when I'm jumping into belts. That can work for that. And I can do the same thing up here. So I'm consistent at least. And this can be, pretend that's the output of what I'm gonna put the belts. So this is one of the inputs. So that means this belt should come up to here. I don't think I can place these on here. Yeah, I might be able to put down a temporary foundation so that I can build them at the right height. Let's see, if I do that, what does that look like? So if I build foundation up to here, I can probably build it off of that and then nudge it to where I want it. Ooh, I bet. Let's see, now that I'm looking at this, I bet I could fit a half foundation in here. Like this. And I think that looks okay from the top. Let me check. Yeah, it doesn't clip through at all, so that's good. So I could keep that here and then run it across to have the other one snap to the same positioning. Or here, do the same thing. This might be it. So this can be the plates in, and then I have all that center space to get everything out. Where is the... Oh, I don't have it. So I gotta figure out what's a straight line. Here. And then the middle of the half foundation. So that's a straight line. And then that can come down and curve right into the... Yep, into that input. Cool. Into straight build mode. So there we go. So now this block, once it gets fed plates, will be ready to go. Hello, Fox. I am still live. Welcome to the stream. I am in the depths of hell trying to organize the spaghetti into some kind of sense. I don't know if it's working. I'll let you be the judge of that. Alright, so if I put that up here... Oops. Default build mode, please. That should be a straight line. And then I guess I can cheat some more foundation. No, I can't. I have to use stackable poles, so I have to drop it down. So let's see, that's the input. It's going to be in line with there. 2 nudges, so it can be a straight line. That's not level with it. Guess I could maybe use a lift. I think that's the height it's at. It does look straight, so I think that's right. I stand on this. That is correct, and I think a lift will reach that actually. Let me go to logistics. Let's see. Yeah, that's perfect. And then a lift will feed it right in. Heck yeah. So that's where I can feed my 2 inputs for the plates now. Let's see if I can get those wired in. So that one can go up to here. Which means I guess technically, instead of going to the floor, I can just go to the ceiling and curve it in. So in that case, I'm pretty sure these are at the same height, these floors, yeah. So if I line that up and then hit it 2 nudges, that'll be a right turn. If that's in the middle, well, it probably shouldn't because I got a second row there I need to get, so if I put it here, then I can put them side by side. And that means that first row can be on this side, this can come up to the second row, and that means this second row can feed into the lift here. Oh. That's the first input, so this is actually back here, if I were to do that. So let's see, that is centered with the lift, 2 nudges over, and that means that will be a right angle. Perfect, and that means the same thing here. If I did this right, that should be a right angle. Going in. Nice, so now I just need to raise the belts to the ceiling instead of the floor, and carry them in a straight line. So that means right edge right on the center line. And let me see, how many foundations over am I going? 7. So if I go 4 in, that's the middle. So this is the middle foundation between the two, which means I put a lift or a mount here. That should evenly split the difference. And that means from here, if that is the position of the mount, then I can rotate it. Put it 2 notches forward. And that should make that a right angle. Cool. And then I can just delete this and make it go to the ceiling instead. And since everything else is hooked up, that means I should start making reinforced iron plates now. Assuming everything else is good. At least for that row. So I got a second row here. I'm going to do the same thing. So this one's a lot closer, so it's easier. Let's see. In line. This one's lined up. Let me do this side first. If it's lined up here, that means to line it up here in the middle and then 2 notches over. That'll be a straight line here. And then from here will be right angle while going up. Nice. So that's both blocks fed. Now I should be fully making reinforced iron plates if I did that right. So if I look over here, eventually they'll start producing reinforced iron plates, but this side should also have some on the output. Eventually? Oh wait, did I have something else not hooked up? Let's see. Oh wait, no, I don't have the screws hooked up to them yet, that's why. I was like really confused. I don't have these hooked up yet. So let me do that. So these can go into there. Oh wait, no, the inputs are here. Forget. That's what I get for not wanting. That's why I don't want to rebuild these blueprints. I should just connect them and call it a day. Stop doing that. And I'll do the same thing here. These are already connected though, so that means... Are they? Oh, they're not. I thought I did. That needs to connect. And that needs to connect. There we go. Now everything's fully saturated. And I can, again, fill this back in because I don't need that. I do not need that space for anything. Oh, you still stuck at work? What the heck? Get out of work. Go home and relax. Alright, so everything's moving and grooving. That's cool. And now, oh, I need to fit in some splitters for these though. That's the thing I forgot to do. Might do the drop for that here since I got the open space for it. Or maybe I can do it... Ooh, I bet I can do it in line so that I can have a single line to merge them together. That might be good. Oh, hello, Neko Kawaii. Welcome to the stream. And Mizu's here. What the heck? How did I miss that? Ah! Sipped coffee. Save me coffee. Alright, let me break these connections. I'm gonna make some splitters. Ooh. I feel like that drink made my voice sound a little different there for a second. Smart splitter. Actually, let me judge the distance with a lift. Let's see. If I put a lift down here, well, I should place it. Come on. Then a smart splitter would fit in this spot and be lined up. Yes. Wait, what the heck? That was offset. That was not straight. I lied to myself. This is not in the right spot. How could I? That's lined up. That's better. Take 2. That should be straight. Yeah. So now if I put a lift on there, I can tell. So if I were to split this with a smart splitter, then why the heck can't that be nudged? That's so weird. Oh, is it snapping to it? That's probably why. So if I were to place it here, then output line. I might want to put it in the center so I can stack it. Although, no, I will have 2 rows side by side. So that is the distance for that. That goes here. Not in straight build mode because that looks funny. Default. Lift from here to here. Snap. And then plates go forward. Overflow goes left. And then on this side, I do another smart splitter, but back to this side. And it's the same thing. Plates. And this one will be the closer belt. Let's see. I think they're just touching the center line, these splitters. Yes, they are. So that's the right spot. And then from here, I think I can just lift it straight up and it should be fine. And a right angle. And so it's the same thing. Plates forward, overflow left. And this can come straight in. Now, I think I'm blocking the overflow path here with this lift, actually, which is kind of funny now that I think about it. So I'm going to move it to the other side, to this side. So this can be overflow, or iron plates, my bad. Plates, this can be none. And then I can just put the lift here. And then I'm not blocking anything. And it's still a right angle. Yep, so now I can keep this in a straight line. How far can I go? Probably up to, yeah, that's what I thought. Put it in the middle-ish. Straight. And then over here. Middle of this foundation. So there's my overflows. Alright, now before I get too far ahead of myself, I need to... Yeah, because I got 2 more plate lines there on the floor, and I need to merge these into them, because these are going to be overflows that the reinforced iron plates aren't making. So... Yeah, by the way, am I making reinforced iron plates? Yes, I am. And one more check. Oops, over here. Yes, I am. Alright, so I haven't been updating my signs, so that's something else I need to get straight to. Last thing I did were these 4 blocks for the screws. And those are correct. So what I should do next is the plates. The destinations for the plates have been not updated yet, so I need to get those set now. So I am bringing plates in from the 1st and 2nd blocks, and those destinations are A5 and A4. Plates are coming in here, so it's A5 on this line, A4 on this line, A5, A4. This one's going to A4. Yes. So that means this output block, which has no label yet, needs to be A4. Logistics, 1 output label. I'm going to put it right in the middle. And let's see, I think I got it lined up on the beam. Yeah, for the other side, so I'll do that here. Probably should have shifted it over one space, which I will do. Here. And I can delete that one. Alright, so it's going to A4. That's the destination. It is making plates. Photo mode. Plates. And it's making them at a rate of 240, I think. Let's see. Yeah, 240. I got 2 of these. The other one's going to A5. Double check. Yeah, A5. That's this line. Once more. Trace it back. Output here of plates. Yeah, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to put it here, shift it back because that beam's in the way. Don't stand on the belt. There we go. Alright, logistics. Whoa, what did I select? 1x output label, shift it left. Paste, plates, A5. That is going to A5. I hope that's going to A5. Follow it. It's going to A5. It is correct. It is correct. Now I need to put input labels on these because I did not, because I'm crazy. So now I need to do input labels for the screws. Let's see. 3x input here. Wow, what am I lining them up to? I don't think there's a beam up here. It's just gonna be the ceiling. So I'll line them up with the... Well, I don't have them on that side. Where's the conveyor poles? I can't see them. Wait, oh, there we go. There they are. So I'll put it in the middle of those. That should be lined up. Yep. So there's that side. Oh, these are all coming directly from their neighbor, which is B5, so that's fine. So these can all be the same. These are all 120 belts. Coming from B5, their neighbor. And they are taking screws, so that's actually correct for once. And the same thing over here. 3 belts in. 3x input. Rotated this way, and let's see. Technically nudged over there. I think that's centered. Looks centered. Same thing. Paste, paste, paste. Missed one. And these are coming from... This is their neighbor block, which is... What am I looking at? B4. Easy peasy. B54! Looks like we're playing bingo. Paste. There we go. So that's good. Let's see. I feel like I'm missing something on these. I know I have the outputs. Oh, I have another input here, that's right. That's the other thing I need. I need to do the input for the plates. So I need a 1x input, label 2. Which I think will fit there, but I need to redo the beam on the back, so that's fine. And I'll do the same thing here. Let's see, I think it's centered on the... I'll nudge it. On the belt itself. Yes. Then I'll go into not blueprint mode and redo the beam on the back. So that it's 2 meters up. There we go. And these are taking plates at a rate of... I forget. Maybe it is 240. 180. And I am overflowing them, so it's 180-0. So I am overflowing those, so that's a good reference point. Copy. Paste. Missed. Wow, let me just fall all the way down. Paste, and let's see, these are supposed to be plates. Stand on the edge. On the edge. Select. And let's see, I'll copy that icon, do it here, and then I'll figure out where they're coming from. 4 hours. I've been playing this game for hours. Get it? Alright, so this line of plates, it's the first 2 plate blocks, so let's see if I go back. Plates are coming from D5. Yeah, because I'm outputting plates here at 240 per. So these are going into... This is from block D6 and D5. D6 is the origin for this belt. So that means here it's D6, and on the other side it's D5. So if I can jump up here again, origin, D6. On the other side, it's D5. Jump. I am on the belt. Help. There we go. D5. Just as a quick sanity check, I'm going to run back up to the factory map and make sure that's right. D6 and D5 for the origins of the iron plates, which means iron plates are D6, D5. Labels are nice to have that are accurate. So D6 and D5 are indeed plates going into screw production, making reinforced plates. Those I'm going to feed out into modular frames. These two belts are going to combine with the overflow of these two to make full Mark II belts. Which means I need to kind of rethink how I'm labeling my outputs here, because this is for the storage bins, I guess, but the truck station's going to take the rest. So I'm actually exporting 540 by truck. And I don't know if there's enough room for this. Let's see how to do it. 540 by truck. I don't know. How do I label things when I'm doing multiple things with them? Is that right? Let me redo the math on that. Let's see. I am doing constructor blocks that are making 240 per. 240 times 4 blocks is 960 plates. So I have 960 plates being made. Reinforced iron plates are being made at a rate of 180 per. So that minus the 180 times 2 blocks means I have 600 left. So I have 600 plates total left over from that production. So let's see, if I do that, I can't technically fit that on 2 belts unless I sink the excess. These are exporting plates at a rate of 240. So that's not quite a full belt. I have 60 plates left over from those. So I'm doing 200. If I have a 200, let's see, hold on. One more time. Constructors are making plates at a rate of 240. Assembler blocks take plates at a rate of 180. Which means I have 60 remainder each. So I need to sink 60 and then split the other 60 into 30. Because 60 will fit if I split it in 2. So I need to split one of the overflows to feed into those 2 belts, and the other overflow needs to get sunk. Okay, that makes more sense. I know what I did wrong. I thought I was combining them together. So I just need to modify my belts here. There's my truck stop drop off. Alright, let's see. I have one belt here that I had set to overflow, so I'll just switch the direction. And I guess I'm not combining them, so oh well, that doesn't need to go here anymore. This is the line that gets sunk now. So I'll just set the overflow to go to the right, and I'll just use that extra belt I'm not using for my sink here. Perfect. So now overflow can go to the right. Any unselected? How about overflow? Might work better. And now, we can do this. Come out in a straight line, please. Like so, and in. Overflow gets destroyed, everybody's happy. So that should be overflowing at a rate of about 60 items per once everything's fully operational. And then the other overflow here would get split twice and then merged with the other 2 belts here so that they can become full belts of 270. And now I need to figure out where I put my second input for this truck station so that I can ship off 2 full Mark III belts of plates to somewhere else. I think I was going to choose this location for my points here. So if I do that, let me go into my lifts. I might try to split it like this, so I can bring them down from the ground. then I can figure it out from there. So let's see. Here. To the ground there, and then this one. Maybe that one should be the higher one. This one should be the one on the ground level. And this one should be the second one for the second input here. That way that can feed in like so, and everybody's good. So there should be 2 full belts worth of plates getting delivered. And that means up top, this should be the 2 belts that get fed in from, honestly, probably from right in front, so these 2 can go. I'll just do it like this. I don't need this anymore. I can figure out, I can fix the bottom later. So now this line and this line of plates gets merged with half of this overflow. Yeah, so this line gets split in half and then combined with those and sent into here. So I need to put a splitter here first. Let me do it one piece at a time. I'll put this in the middle of this foundation. Input to the left, and I think I'll leave it in the middle too. I'll align it, everything so that's centered, and that means this output can become centered. Not straight build mode. Here. Go straight into the splitter. It gets split 2 ways. And let's see, I might have to lift it up to get to the other side, so I might do a short lift, which to cheese it means 2 notches over, or maybe it's 3 because the lifts are funny with their sizing. I think it's this. Up 1 space. And then if I take a lift and connect it to here first, it should snap. I think it's over too far, so it needs to be here. And I can cheese it by forcing it to snap into here and be short. So there's a short lift. Clear the belt. Connect that with this belt. This. And go into here with a merger. In line. So if I do that, then I need to put this back 2 spaces. So then I need to fit a merger in here, which I will do at this point. Make sure the output's facing the right way. Nudge it. Good, good. Everything's centered. This should fit there. Now I need to take, let's see, this is the splitter. So I'll take half for that line. Oh, that's the output line. What the heck? Output line needs to be in line with that one. Okay. So if I take a merger, outputting that way, then the center line. Go. Half of this, all of this, equals 1 full belt here. Everything's straight. Other half gets merged with that line, meaning I can merge it here. So let's see, what is in line with that? That's in line. So that outputs that way. I think I want to push this back some. If I do this, I can then nudge it. Or not nudge it, I can place it, let's see. If I place it here, I think the output can become a right angle belt in, like this. So then I can do another short lift here. This one's in a straight line, so it's a little bit easier, so I can do it like this. Copy it, take it to the lift, and then snap. Delete this. Straight line in. So there's my other half, and then I can combine this belt into here. Got it. Let's see, I think I'm going to take this halfway. And that is here to be straight. Which means this is where that needs to come to make a right angle. And we got it. So there's all the plates set. Overflows dealt with. We shipped off, not sunk. Although I should put a sink down there now that I'm thinking about it, just in case the trucks... I'm not gonna have trucks here for a little bit, so I should put sinks here. I don't know where to take these yet. This is just extra stuff. I put 2 sinks here, although I don't have the right materials. And I don't have reinforced plates, although there are some upstairs, technically. Which is funny. Whoops. Let me just miss the ladder. Good job. Up. I guess I can just grab some off the belt real quick. Let's see. I am here, which means I need to go this way, because the screws are excess overflow. Give me reinforced plates. That should be enough for 2 awesome sinks. Alright, this logistics floor is definitely becoming crowded like I thought it would. Okay, I think I can fit them back here. I want to block that wall if I can help it. Let's see. Probably fit them this way. Might help if I do this side first, though, so I can get it close. There we go. Push it back, line it up. So there's that. And if I just snap to it, there's a second one, and it perfectly fits. Did not plan for that whatsoever. Pure coincidence. So now I guess I can redo these with smart splitters now. Here instead. And let's see if I do this. That is lined up. Okay. Set these to be the same, so it can be plates to the left, overflow to the front. Copy, paste. Should be the same. And then... that doesn't want to behave. Maybe it can connect? It's a little bit far, so if I just instead build this closer, that should snap theoretically. Not quite. Over one more notch. Maybe here? Really doesn't want to snap? Are you kidding me? I've never seen that before. What the heck? Okay, what if I build... no, it's gotta be this. Okay, in that case, I will just... well, it's gotta be in line with the truck station. Dang. Never mind. If I want it to be a straight line, that is. Let's see. Could put it here. That's in line. That's in line. Paste, paste. Make sure that's the same. Outputs in. That can go in. This can come down. In line. It's gonna be like this. Are you kidding me? In that case, come down. Rotate this way. And let's make the input this side. Will that behave? That will behave. Hate that so much. That looks so bad. Anyway, plates out the front this time. And overflow right. So now that should work. Then I can just feed these in directly. That. Let's see. I think I'm drawing power from... nowhere close. These are all at capacity, so I can't pull from those. I guess I can run power along the ceiling? Not ideal. Didn't really want to have to drag power lines across this design. Maybe I can drag them off the ceiling, like actually. Let's see, corner to corner. Maybe I can do that. A little close, there we go. It's not horrible. I think that's okay. And then from there, I think I can power everything. Maybe I can do one line out to... Where are they power inputs? They're on the left side, so I can put it out to here. Center it up to there. To there. I think it clips if I go either way. Maybe I can put it in the middle here. Something... Let's see. I think there's a way to... I haven't done this. I've only done this once, I think. But I think if I do this... Yeah, then I can reposition. So let's see. If I put that in the middle here... I should just move the line and then I can drag that to here. Cool. So yeah, I haven't quite finished decorating this basement yet, but little pieces at a time. So that's fine. Now I got 2 sinks. Everything's good for overflow, so the plates can function forever now. That's good. Let me get out of here. Wrong side. Parachute's betraying me again. There we go. And I can come back and fix that later. Alright, so my inputs are done, plates are done. Now I just need to run the reinforced plates down to the modular frames, and then I think that's it. So I just need to run one belt from here down across to the rest. So I can probably fit it to be in line with that rod belt, because I can just combine those together. So what I might do is run it to the center of that line, and then put it here, because that will be centered with the rods. Belt here. So if I put a stackable pole there, that should be a straight line. There we go. And so if this is reinforced plates, then I can bring them down here, and let me see, I think the inputs on these modular frame blocks are just waiting for the one more input on the top row. Ooh, it is, so I might need to bring the screws up one level just so I can have room to feed them in. So if I do that, I can raise the screws up one level up to this point, and then I can drop them back down, so that's a non-issue. So they can be raised up. Oh, I need to do it past it, so that can be the biggest up point there. Actually, I guess I do need the support here. I'll put them in front of the columns, I guess, for future me reference. And not there. But here. Alright, so if I were to raise these up higher, I would have to do it from this point to clear that. So that would be a belt from here over. And over. And here to here. And I think from there I can just drop it down to normal height. So from here I'll just go normal. I think my standard is a block and a half, or a foundation and a half. So there's the half, there's the full. There. So drop it back to here. I'm in straight build mode, which does weird things, so let me redo that. There we go. Default build mode has a much gentler curve. Alright, so now this can go away. Actually, I can probably keep it for... I'll delete it for now, actually. I was thinking I can keep it for the connections for the middle row, but it's going to be different than that. This one can go, and these can go up to there. And now that second row can be that sushi belt, will eventually become a sushi belt for the outputs. I think, let me double check my numbers here. I'm pretty sure I'm making, yeah, so I got 2 of these. I'm making 60 reinforced plates per minute. And let's see, I'm making 60 and I'm taking away 18 times 2, so that means I'll have 24 left. So out of all the reinforced iron plates, I have 24 left. on the belt, so I can just merge the outputs of these for the modular frames into the same belt, and then I can just use smart splitters to break off the reinforced plates into each of these. That would mean if I were to do it the way I think I'm doing it as like a manifold, that would be a really slow overflow, so I might instead do a splitter. Because I got all this room here, I might just do a splitter thing so I can do like a load balance thing. It's just one splitter, it wouldn't be a big deal. So let me carry over this belt here to here. Let me go ahead and figure out the merging here and get these outputs merged together so I can feed this one belt, which will be from here in the center, like so. So there to there for the output. And then I can take this output and this output and merge them together. Now that would mess up my naming scheme. It's like A5, A4. Oh well. It'll be alright. I'll figure something out with my labeling. So if I want to combine these together, I'll have to bring that out to a merger, probably here in the middle. Conveyor merger, like so. Output towards me. Straight in the middle. That can go up. Now this belt can come out and up to this height, and then back down, I guess. Maybe that can go up too, actually. And that means this one can get lifted up by one short lift or just belted straight up, actually. I think that'll probably look better. Yeah, that's fine. Then this can come straight across. We can do a quick, simple thing here by putting a painted beam right in the middle, up into it, so it looks supported. Maybe even a beam connector. Nothing floating allowed here. And then this one can get lifted up one high. I think I'll just do a belt into a stackable pole. But I'll do it here. And so the distance from there is a foundation, and a half would be to this point. There's the half. Let me put it here. 2. I mean, I guess I could technically do it this way, and then just run it straight in. No, it has to be over 2 more. Hold on. If I want the right angle. There, and then I can just run the belt straight in from the merger there. In default mode. Now it's the right height. And then I can figure out this positioning, which I think will require a half foundation here to be accurate. There we go. And then I can take this, put it in line, which is in the center here. And then push it back 2 nudges, meaning that should be a right angle. Yes, and this should just fit straight across. Nice. So I think I'm going to label the outputs for these factories above here, since this is a combined output. And I think I'll just label it, I mean, it's A4, A5, I can just label it A4, 5, although I can't fit 3 characters on the sign, I think, so I'll have to figure that out. Maybe I can just call it 4, 5. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Logistics 1x output label. I land it up here. And I think it'll fit on that beam, although it won't let me shift it back for some reason. Let me go back here. Now can I push it? Yeah, it won't let me shift it backwards. That's odd. Let me try selecting it again. Sometimes that happens. I don't know why. One output label. Put it here in default mode. Yeah, now I can shift it forward and back. That's really odd. Okay, so I'll put that here. I think I'll just... Oh, that's just labeling a destination, not the origin, so that's okay. So in this case, this is outputting reinforced plates at a rate of 60 per minute, pretty sure. And the destination is actually 2 different destinations, since it's actually a combined belt. But the destination, I'll just label the first destination, since it'll just go to the next one right after anyway. These plates are going to go to block, I forget the name. A3 and then A2. Yes. Going to block A3 and then A2. So here we go. This is going to A3. Yeah, I can't fit 2 characters on here. So I'll just say A3. Or I could change this to be a letter 2 and just make this say A, and then I can say 3-2. Does that make sense? I don't know. So there's my outputs for this area. All done. And then last but not least, I need to hook these in. And I am overflowing it, so I need to keep that into account. So these need to come across here. And I think I need to split it, because I am going to load balance it, so I think I will split... how do I want to do this? I want to do overflow. So I want to do... Ooh, let's see, let me think about this. It's going to be too much no matter what, so... I do a smart splitter on the input line here, which is this top merger. If I put it, let's see the inputs straight back. If I do that, the input for this one, that means forward input. So I could technically do 2 smart splitters in series, so that I do reinforced plates 2 times here. So if I do reinforced plates and then reinforced plates, not that, plates with nothing else split, this will be an even split. But then if I carry this across to the left, although if I were to do that, I should probably just do it as a inline here. So let me copy this. Place down a temporary splitter in line with the belts. Everything's good. Place that, and then delete these 2. Paste. Redo this belt so it's correct and connected. So it's plates forward and plates left, and then I can use this to feed the plates into each block. So now if I put another one of these poles here, it should actually work out to be a right angle. So that goes into there. Nice right angle, and then this can connect up to... So I think what'll happen is if I put another smart splitter in line with this one, so if I do one like this, for example, let me see, if I bring the belt around to the side here, to the right, I could do something... There's no sinks. I think there's a sink down here, but I think I'm using all the belts. I think I'm using all 3 of these belts. Yes, I am. Oh, I think the idea was I'm going to merge the output from these 2 factories making modular frames into the same belt here I'm feeding them with. So this is kind of like the main belt that's going to go to my storage area, like a big sushi belt. I think I intended to put regular plates on this too, now that I think about it, so maybe I shouldn't have sunk those excess plates. Yeah, I think that was the intention. Let me go back here and check and see what I did. Because if that was the intention, then I need to undo this or move it around to the other side. So yeah, if I take this, I need to merge that with it. So if I follow the ground here on this side, that needs to merge with these plates. So if I put a merger... I think the only space for it is actually right here where it branches off, so I think that'll be the spot for it. So if I take this and put down a merger, the output facing that way, think that will be in line with the rest. This is offset, I think, so that's wrong. So it's the same thing, just back one. So here, but that way. So that should be right. So now that top merger should be correct. And correct. Nice. So that's good. Belts can go. Belts can go. And I can reconnect this. This to there. This to there. Right. There. So now that hasn't changed, and then I can run the... I can do a short lift. Let's see if I do it from here, or maybe here. I think it'll clip that belt here. Absolutely will. I think I just do a regular one right off it. That should be fine. And then the output will be here. I think that'll snap. Yeah, it does. Perfect. So now I got another short lift feeding in. And let's see if I take a lift or a pull here. Should be a nice right angle. Yes. Now I can just carry this overflow straight instead of to the sink. There we go. Nice. And I'll just run it probably to the middle here. Let's see, that's straight. And on the ground. Now it can go here. Because, yeah, now I'm making 60 plates a minute that's going to go into storage. And then I can update the sign up top to say 60 plates, not 120. Because that is the correct number. The rest is getting mixed with the overflow, so that'll be perfect. So these should be full belts at all times. Perfect. So now once I finish this line, I should start seeing regular plates getting joined in with it. That's fine. This is now officially my output belt for my storage. So this can come to a right angle. I guess if it's in line with this, I'll have to put two right next to each other. So if I do this... Yeah, if I do that, then I can do... I could just do straight build mode, since it exists. That works too. And then so from here, I was going to do another inline smart splitter. So if I do one right here, put it in the center of this foundation, up high. Then I can say smart splitters go to the right, and then the overflow goes straight. Or sorry, not smart splitters, the reinforced plates go to the right, overflow goes straight. That way I can have the sushi belt coming into here, and then the reinforced plates get split evenly 50-50 until they back up. That way I don't have to wait for one to overflow into the other. It can just, they can both load evenly. And I'll have to wait forever for it to fill up. So I think this can just be a straight build mode connection again. And again, I'll do my thing with the beam so they can look connected or supported. Up. And this one I'll put off to the side. That's fine. It clips a little bit, but that's okay. Done, done. So yeah, there we go. Now I have, I think I saw it, regular plates mixed in there with it. Absolutely. Reinforced plates go this way. Pretty sure I set up to do that. What the heck? Reinforced plates to the right. Oh yeah, because I have nowhere for the regular plates to go forward yet. So now, regular plates go on their own line. I gotta figure out the sushi belt location, which is this belt here, that's right. So I can run that output over to the side and maybe through here. I think that would probably be cool. And then I can connect it up to this. So if I do that, let's see. That means this in straight build mode will make a right angle. Hey, home at last. Welcome home, Fox. Yeah, let me do this, and then I can make this a connection up. There we go. And that way everything can look like it clears. I might just... Yeah, that'll be fine. So let's see. You dead? Well, now you can relax, so it's all good, right? Take it easy, take it easy. think I'll connect it from here. Straight belt in. Although I do need to work out some mergers, so I do need to put a merger in here too, I forgot, so I can put my modular frames on there too. Also, how do I get my modular frames out? They're right here. I can sneak them under the floor, I guess, since I used all my ceiling space. It's kind of my only option, so let's see what's under here. It is factory, that's fine. I can still put down 1 meter foundations. Like so. No harm, no foul. Put down a short lift, and everything's good. I guess I'll have to cheat it with a pole so I can shrink it a little bit. If I do that. Also, this would need to have to come out forward more to do that properly. So let's see, if I put a lift here, connected and connected, that'll force the height to be there, then I can delete this. So I don't accidentally select it with the belt and have no connection. Then I can delete that, and that can go straight in. And then I guess on the output side I can do the same thing in reverse. Let's see, what's the distancing on that? The one past the center. Here. To here. Snap to there, and to there. Yeah, it shrunk just a little bit, so I did see it shrink. So then that can connect up, and that's one connection done. I think I have to do the same thing again back here. There might be space under this belt. Yeah, there is. Okay, so this one's easy. So this one's free. So then I can put a merger. I guess it would make sense to put these kind of in between these two spaces. So let's see. This is the first one. So in between is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in between. So if I count in 4, this is the center between them. And so if I put the merger here, that'll be even distance on the belts between both. Nice. So if I do that, the output should go left, straight into a beam. In that case, I'll offset it slightly here, outputting that way. So then this can be the output for the main sushi belt, meaning items come in. Let's see if I'm doing this right. Everything comes in here mixed. Reinforced plates only go to the right. Then the overflow should go into that side, so the center should be overflow. It goes down into there, and then modular frames, modular frames. Perfect. So if I put this right here. Yeah, like that. And my plates should keep going forward. Reinforced plates should go to the right. Then I can hook up modular frames. Yeah. And that should be the final connections. Everything should be good at this point. That there, and that should be straight. It is. And then I can do the same thing with this output. Put this here and straight in. And everything should be good. I've got my extra rods. I've got my plates, which is only 60 per minute now, but that's okay. The rest are going to a truck stop. I believe that is the whole thing done and functioning, which I didn't expect to really get done in one stream, to be honest. Now, there's definitely still plenty of decorations and maybe some optimizations to do, especially in this area, which I knew would be kind of chaotic, but hey, here we are. Now, if I want to reference this block for the origin for the reinforced plates here, let's see. I guess I could just do the same thing, call it origin A32. I will do that, since it's kind of the mix of both blocks there. A32 is the origin of the reinforced plates. So if I go into each block here for the reinforced plates, that means top input is... Stop. Belts, you're betraying me. How dare you? I just want up. There we go. So that means this is going to be... If I copy that and paste it, it'll be A, 3-2, Mark 3, reinforced plates, at a rate of, technically it's only going to be 30 per minute, so but I am overflowing it, so that means on this side I type in, I think it technically needs 24? Let me see. What does the blueprint say? Modular frames takes 18 reinforced iron plates. So that means it's expecting 18, but I'm overflowing the rest, so it's 18 overflow. And I'll copy that and do the same thing on the other side. A32, overflow. Also, I can't stand on anything, I have to do it blind. Paste. Let's see. There we go. A 3-2 reinforced plates. And we are making modular frames at a rate of, let's see, not the blueprint, get out of here. Did not mean to select that. 12 per minute. So the rate is 12 per minute. So if I go to my logistics, 1x output, I can then come up here. Let's see, that works fine, although I think this one's in line with the seam, so I'll put that one there. Yes. 12 per minute. Modular frames. And the destination is storage, which is G1. So yeah, let me copy that, and I'll do the same thing over here. Cool, this is the last touch, and I think this factory is technically done. At least for now. So again, making 12 per minute. Paste the icon, go into storage. G1. Not 2, 1. There we go. Everything is labeled. Everything should be correct. So the way these signs work is, this is the origin of the parts. This is the part we're expecting at this rate. We're getting 72 and overflowing it, 18 and overflowing the rest. Here's the overflow belt for my storage. This should eventually hold modular frames, reinforced plates, and regular plates at a rate of 60 per minute. Regular plates. And then over here they go into a series of smart splitters to get fed into storage. And then eventually the assemblers will overflow with reinforced plates and everything will be solid. And I'll start stocking up on reinforced plates here too. So this sign I do need to update to say 60 iron plates per minute for storage, not 120. Yeah, that makes sense because that adds up to 600, so that's correct. Screws is correct. Plates will eventually be correct. Modular frames is correct, so yeah, everything on the left is going into storage bins, so that's what it's making in the storage bins, and then I'm trucking out 540 iron plates per minute, eventually. Let me drive out of here now. Driving down the stairs. Also, let me look at my storage real quick. Eventually I'll get reinforced plates in here. But everything is looking good. 60 iron plates a minute, modular frames forever. Rods and screws, everything's good. Now for the difficult part, to see if anything's wrong. Also, I did want to go back down to the bottom real quick. I think the easiest way to get down is to drive over the railing if it'll let me. Keyword being if it'll let me, I guess not. I'm stuck. Thought it was supposed to be good at off-road. I guess I'll drive the proper way, but I'm gonna go the wrong way on purpose. And I turned a lot sharper than I expected to there. Whoops. Yeah, I want to check out the basement real quick and just see if that truck stop can be improved in any way for the plates. Because I don't really have a plan for them, they're just kind of there because I'm making so many. I'm sure I'll have some recipe for them, so let's see. The plates are going here, and then being sunk for excess once it's overloaded. Get me out. Oh yeah, ceiling's fine. I did want to fix the walls though, because I do have some walls here. Simply because it was making it difficult to see the patterns on the concrete when it was clipping into itself like that. So that's good. And then I can, yeah, this actually kind of fits the aesthetic I was doing over here with the steel frame foundations, where I'm hanging over the top here and then putting lights on it. So I can carry the same design over here with these 1 meter foundations, because I do have the same thing above those lights, 1 meter foundations below it. Just to give it some depth. Let's see, I can carry that across. Or wait. Can't quite see if that's actually working like it should or not. So that can come across to there. I can do that. I guess I could technically leave that as is. Or I could put ramp foundations there. Inverted 1 meter ramps. Like that. So that way I can kind of like pop out, and then these, let's see. I guess they could go across all the way, although that is a lot of frame foundations to do that. And if I were to add those on top, I suppose I could. And there might be a way I can add some like beam supports in the middle somewhere, maybe like here and somewhere. I'm sure I could make something up. Let's see, it's hard to see these though. Put these across all the way. And these can clip into the wall. Or get up to the wall there. This can come all the way out to here. And on this side, I can just carry it across all the way. On both sides. Kinda like that. I think that removes any like weirdness from that one area with all the logistics going on. Should be good. And if I drive up there, I think I can look in the window and look into the door and see what's going on. Yeah, this should be full of plates, and it is. So now I can drive these off somewhere and do something else with them in the future. Probably just make more reinforced plates, to be honest. I don't know what else I'd use plates for. Yeah, I don't have a parking spot here, but I can just drive here. And I did manage to keep the stairs clear, so that's cool. And now if I want to decorate, I can just add railings here, I guess. And maybe some caution tape and stuff. Oh, hey Dragon-Blooded. Welcome to the stream. Now, to be honest, I've been going for a bit here. I'm probably going to call it here in a little bit. I did finish, finally, the factory, though. It is finally running and operating. And now it's technically just decoration time. That's pretty much it. It's all done. Hard part's over. This can get clipped in a little bit. So if I do that, there we go. I know that feeling. I've been tired before. Imagine me being tired. Impossible. There, and then I can clip this into here. You know what's funny? I looked at this with items coming down and I thought, is that flicker? What is causing that? Like this right here. I saw the number and I thought it was flickering and I was like really confused. And then from here I think I'll just add catwalks. Ooh, maybe instead I'll do here, I can do... Ooh, it will clip into a little bit though since that's off by half a foundation. But what I could do What's this? Oh, that's the top of the awesome sink. I was so confused. I was like, what the heck? But that is in fact top of the awesome sink. I can hear it churning away at those plates. Yeah, now it's just a matter of decorations passed. So now this is the main floor here technically, since all the logistics is done below. Everything should be moving and grooving. Screws and plates and resources flowing. Everything should be going at 100%. Although I am noticing some stops. That could just be because of where the overflows are set. I do think it would look nice if everything was just moving smoothly forever with no stops. I guess I could follow a line and see what's causing it. Let's see, this is one. I mean, these are flowing, but these shouldn't pause, although they are. And I guess it's because the machines are just so full, so I could... Yes, Candy, it is a flicker. It's just that you're in the Twilight Zone. I am in the Twilight Zone. I've been streaming for so long, I'm seeing stars. Help! Ooh, nothing like a good midnight snack. It's almost midnight. Let's go. But I'm pretty sure I have all my signs labeled and correct, so all the input destinations and output destinations should be accurate. So for example, if I take this random block and take the output and follow it, it should go to block A4. So if I follow this line of plates, I guess it's technically going into the first one, so let's see. It's going up here, following this, and then it's going to the left, so that is, in fact, block A4. Oh yeah, I'm in the same time zone. East Coast, Best Coast. Or I should say East Coast, Beast Coast. If the West Coast is the best coast, the East Coast is the Beast Coast. And here's all the inputs. Let me check these truck stations, see how they're doing. All flowing. I might decorate this a little bit, because I did think about possibly doing something like that. I think if I snap a foundation up here, I can probably build a roof piece off of that and then nudge it to where I want. Which if I don't get run over, it'll be good. I think what I might do is, since it's one foundation with the cross, I think I can just put one. I could extend. Actually, I could just extend this grip metal thing across. And that would just fit the aesthetic I kind of want to go for. Something like that. And then I can add some more frame walls, I think. Those don't quite reach up to the top, though. I do want to build these. No, not that. The frame walls. And then if I build one, then I can snap to it. And then I think what I can do is I can build there. And then on the outside, so you can actually flip these to be inside or outside. So I can connect them like that to give it some depth. And then I can maybe add some walls here to give it some kind of texture detail. Like that. And just carry that across maybe. Up to a point, up to here. And then from here I might just add like railings or something, let's see. Bring it up to here, and then across here I can just add railings. Inside can be the same. It's just for build reference, and then let's see, if I go up here. Oh, you going to bed? Have a good night, dragon. Sleep well. Whoop, let me just clip through the ground here. Whoa. Look at that terrain. If I get up here, then I can kind of see what I'm doing a little bit better. Yeah, that looks fine. I could technically, even though there's nothing under here, I could keep that going too. Kind of give it that aesthetic, and then add the walls on this side. So that if I wanted to, I could like make this a walkable catwalk area that comes down to here. I think I will do that, actually. That was kind of my intention with this border, is to make it a sort of a catwalk kind of an area. I guess I'll just do that by adding the railings. Like this. And then with this side I can do the same thing. I want to add the frame wall up top so I can build off of it. And then zoom down. Just like that. And that'll just clip into the foundation there, that's fine. All the way down, and all the way down. And I can delete that. Let me add the stairs here to come down to here. Why not? Sure. Catwalk T-junction. Let me do it here, and then I can nudge it to be in line. Yeah, like that. And then ramp down. Since the ramps are less of an angle than the stairs, that should reach perfect. So there's that. Could connect it up to there and make this whole thing like a walkable catwalk around the edge, but I don't know if I want to do that around every place. Could make this a walkable area too, and then have these stairs connect to that instead. That might actually be better because there's nowhere for these to go otherwise. So I take that T-junction and rotate it this way. Then I can do that. Put that down here, and then I can just add railings across all of this and connect these two sides together. Number 10, and let's see from here. I think these will be on the same level. I could add a flat section here to catch it. Maybe another T-junction. Like so. And some regular catwalks to fill in the gaps. And keep it going. And then ramp down. This will hit the road, unless I use stairs. There you go. Cool. So now I got more details, more decorations in place. I can run up here. This side actually runs down to the parking lot in this area behind the building. I like it. Cool, so now those actually go somewhere, and then I can add those railings here too, like I was going to. Or maybe what I should do instead, add the high barrier. And then you can add railings on top, I'm pretty sure. I thought they went higher than that. In that case, let me do the low barriers and then put the fencing on top. Thought I was in zoom mode every time. Yeah, see, those go on top. That's what I thought you could do with the tall ones too. And this one I will nudge over so it's not clipping into the beam. That. And I will keep this look going. I'll do the same thing across here. So if it's going to snap to the foundation, then I will just nudge it in place and zoop it across. All the way, except here I might make this like an entrance of sorts. So I'll remove this one. Actually, technically I don't need this here either, although I will keep it because it will make it look kind of blocked off. So then this can be like the way to get up this ladder through here. Maybe add some more fencing or railing here. That should be good. I'll finish up these details, and I think I'm going to call stream there. I'm pretty tired, so I think this will be the last bit of decoration I do. Now we add some more railings here. Nudge. Nudge. And let's see. Here to here. This one I think I can put better. Yeah, that works like that. Cool. More detail. Let's see. Kinda wish I had something here. Maybe I can fit one of those inverted frame walls here. Though I wish it would line up with the 1 meter foundation, but it doesn't. I guess I could do that instead. Actually, wouldn't be terrible. Just so I can give it some kind of depth here. Run me over. Can't believe it. I think I went a whole stream. I'm gonna it's gonna be so funny if NVIDIA Broadcast decides to just completely die out of nowhere right now as I say this, but can't believe I went a whole stream without any audio issues. It's just been smooth sailing the whole time. Oh yeah, I did want to add some railings in here too, I forgot. And I did want to figure out how to do some catwalks across maybe, but I think in this case I'll just keep it simple and do one set of railings across this whole thing. And I'll use the bigger railing so it won't take as long to zoop. I'll use this one. That'll zoop across real easy because it takes up double the length. And I'll just make this go all the way across. I will add some catwalks to go across here. I do want to get some decorations done, just so I can really call this project more or less finished, because I can spend forever doing decorations, that's for sure. But I'll do some quick stuff here. I'm out of rods. Well, gee, I wonder where I can go get more. If only I were making them somewhere. Over here. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Geronimo! Yeah, if anything takes a bunch of rods, it's the catwalks and the railings. That's all they use. Gimme. And let's place them across some more. Now, up to this point, I think that's the end of where I'm going to be walking, so I should probably put them here, but nudged, and across this way. And I can do stuff like that. Keeping that looking nice. And then here can be a walking path, because there are stairs and ladders there, so this one can go. And looking across this way, there's another path here. I think there's stairs somewhere across here. Yeah, here. So this will be another one I kind of keep open for access. So this will be one of those walkable catwalk bridges, which I'll just use the T-junctions for. Like so. Across and across. I'll do the same thing over here on this side. But otherwise, there's really no reason to walk across, because there's nothing there. No stairs, no access, no nothing. Here. I think from this, I can probably add just more of the same fence railing. Not the wall. Give me that. You can do a lot of that here too. This, and this, and from here. Yeah, this one I can probably carry over to there. Guess I could do this. It'll be fine. Then I can kind of get in here if I wanted to. And then from back here, it's like, nope, there's belts in the way. Okay. Good, 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 good. Everything looking good. Let me check the other side for the walkable area. And I'll kind of do one more quick run through this bottom floor just to see if I can decorate anything else. I do have bad access to these stairs, so one of these might get lifted up since that is floor, so I can do ceiling mounts. Let me do that. If I were to put a ceiling mount here, that should line up with this being a lifted area. Here, and it does line up. So that can be that input. And then this could technically just run in a straight line, I think, since it's already lifted. So if I were to put a pole here instead, pretty sure I could just take this and connect it to that, and it'll still be in line and straight. Yes, it is. So now that can go here. Now I'm accomplishing the same thing, and I can still access my stairs. So I think I will add more railing here, but nudged in. Nope. Here. Oh, it's one of those weird glitches where it doesn't let me nudge forward and back. I have to select it again from the menu for that to work. Don't know why that happens. I will also nudge this over 2, 3, 4 spaces? 3 spaces? This is kind of a one-off with the railing, so I'll do it like up to here. I don't think it's going to snap to the side. Oh, I didn't know you could double stack these. Wait, what? That's a thing? I might use that in some places now. Did not realize that was possible. Also, let me try doing something else with these, because I do want to keep these in the same foundation width. So if I do this, then that will line up to here. And it will just be off by like that amount of foundation, so then I can carry this across a bunch of distance. Yeah, up to like this point. Clip it in, and then I can do this. And it's all good. That means on this side, I can just clip this into the... Wait, that is actually on the right spot. I can just be here. I can just clip it in, and now it can be on the foundation width and still be in the one foundation width range. So here, I'll end it there. And this is another example of, like, I have no walkable access, so maybe I should... Oh, I'm definitely not going to have any going this way, so I should probably ignore that. I think I will try to keep this on the ceiling too, which means from here it's going to lift up again. So if I were to erase that and put a lift here, then I can do the same thing here on this end. And then I can just aim this output to be here, in line, and valley. There we go. Connected up. Floor space secured. So then from here I should be able to walk straight across again, so I'll leave this open. Do more half catwalk. That, and I think that's the last stairway or exit on this side of the map, or the factory. I'm pretty sure the rest of it's closed off on that side. Yeah, there's no more stairs up there. So now I can just make this stair access in case I want to run up there from the inside, so I'll make that like one of those, and then stairs down. So it's like a way up to the middle floor from here. Much easier to walk around from up here. And I'll just do a few more final touches, and that's stream. Let's see. We'll add some decorations on this side. Keep this side looking good. Here. That's good. This side. I think I can just keep it like that, although I will extend that over some more. I might keep this going along the entire edge, just in case. Plus it does look better having it there, I think. So yeah, from here I can just keep this going again. Whoa, lag, what the heck? There we go. Put that on. Same thing here, even though you're never really going to easily walk here, I still want to have this here. It looks nicer having it here. Cool. Whoops, I'm falling. Let me up. The railings are stopping me from jumping up. So I'll add more railings across this belt path. Like that. All the way over. I guess I could technically do the same thing here. There we go. I think I was gonna hide that with some pillars too. I think I remember talking about hiding this so it didn't look so obvious. I think if I wanted to do that, I would just put in pillar here. That is in the middle, up 2. And the same thing here in the middle, but doesn't quite cover all the way. Up 2, and then I can do the same thing here. 2, and then I'll put like painted beams in here or something. Although I'd have to put double the amount since it doesn't want us. Offset is funny. So there, it's hidden, but not like perfectly hidden, but it's hidden enough. So that's good. Let's see. This side needs railings. Here, oops, and here. And then I need to block off this bit. I think I will leave it like that. I guess I could clip found these in here halfway. And do this. Although that would come out too far, so I might just do it by 1. And I can clip this in again halfway. Like that. I think it would work better if I just use one of these railings here, like this, to fill in that gap. So again, it's like you can look but don't touch. More railing. Up to the edge. All the way over to the next bit. And again here. Over to the next bit of railing, which is there. It looks like the rest is not covered, but I will add that. Double check the rest of the sections, and that's streamed. Done, done, done. I will see who's on. I'm pretty sure I might have a few friends who's streaming. So I'll raid them. Otherwise, as always, it'll just suddenly be over. Okay, that's done. This is good. I don't really need to block this off. That's fine. I'll put a railing here. This side's good. Not gonna worry about that side. Back here. Technically doesn't need it, although I will put some. It kind of puts me in the area of like, might need to do more in other places if I do that. To keep it consistent, that looks fine. Could put some here. There we go. Zoop. I think that's it. Railings are done. Everything's moving. Looking good. I don't see any pauses anymore. It looks like everything's kind of booted up now. Let me run up and look through the glass here. And I need to take some pictures for stream VOD too. I'm sure I'm gonna add some more decorations too over time, like off stream, like doing like grip metal foundations, texture work, maybe some decals on the floor. That'll all come in time. Picture. I'm gonna run on and take a few pictures, and then I'll see if any friends are on so I can raid them. Definitely want to come over here and check out that spaghetti mess where the screws are coming out of. That place is nuts. This spot. Oh yeah, I need to add railings and stuff here. Yee! I don't have to do with the catwalk systems. Except go up to that floor here. That's kind of the only option. Let me do that real quick. Let's see. I don't think these have to connect, so that means... Well, I do want to add railings across all of this stuff, so I think I will stick to big railing like I have been with this bit. And then I'll do half railings here, like this stuff. This I'll try to connect over with catwalk. Although I could... I'm not going to do glass foundations. I will do this. I guess I should do a straight piece first. And then a corner. And then another straight piece, but this time a full straight piece. Like that. Cool, so there's catwalk railings done. I want to get myself into trouble walking around here too much. This side is blocked off. This side is not. So yeah, I should add some kind of railings across here. So I'll do this. Nudge that into the half foundation mark, although that does hit the belt, didn't realize. I think what I could do is do like a rotated 45-degree foundation. Something like that. And I think I can build it vertically down, although I could just place it there temporarily. Do this so it lines up. Build the railing on that edge. I'll do the small one. And then I can kind of snap it and nudge it into place. Delete that foundation, put it back. Done. Might look a little funny, so I could put a beam connector on there. Snaps to the 90-degree, like that. Beam connectors are my go-to when things look a little silly. This is a foundation and a half gap, so I will have to use the small railings again. Did not mean to place that. Zoop across. There, that's walkable access up. From back here, it looks a little wild, but it does work. Then I can add more railings across these, and I think once I get these in, I think that'll be pretty much it. Don't think there's anything else I need to really worry about here. Then I can screenshot away, all good. Let's see, this I think I need to nudge in that. Wow, those really don't like being nudged, huh? Did not realize. That works. Modern railing. Yep. Okay. This side can get railing. A little clip, but that's okay. Up to there. I'm gonna be one of those people where this is maybe kind of an issue because it's clipping. I'm gonna delete that and that. Put a lift here, and I'm gonna force it to be closer to that thing. So if I grab it and then do this, that should look better, and that can still be a right angle. There we go. It's the little things. Okay, I think that's all the walkable spaces I need to worry about here. But the edges, everything should be good. Yeah, I can worry about the rest of this later. I got the majority of the catwalk stuff figured out. So let me do some more pictures. Jump on this. Get some height. Trying to find like interesting angles that are not just ground level. That's always the challenge with the picture framing. I want to get a little bit higher, but there's nothing else I can jump on. Could work. Picture. And let me run up to the top level here. Let's see. And look down at stuff. Can't think of any other places I haven't taken pictures from before, although this will be the first time there are resources on these center belts here. Yeah, different pictures like this would be good to have for variations. Maybe a couple more from the top floor looking down. Let's see, stairs. I don't think there's any floor access. Oh, there is. Hey, I remember my own factory layout. I went over here. Let's see. I know there's a couple of areas you can look through the entire floor here. I'm curious what those look like. There's one over here. Not sure how much you can see through these, but I am curious. Do have a few areas like that. Oh yeah, and the sign. I gotta get that picture of that sign we added at the end. One of the viewers got one of the redeems for adding a sign. I gotta take a picture of that. It's really funny. We found a funny place to put it. Definitely need a picture of this too. Nice. And I think that's it. Let me go back to my hub and that'll be it. I'm happy. Everything seems to be running good. Okay, I think I should check and see who else is on, if anyone. Oh yeah, there's a window here. Totally forgot. Let's see what's through it. Anything interesting? Perhaps. A little bit reflective, but let's see. Maybe at a different time of day. I wonder if I build something here, will it block the reflection? I'm actually curious. If I were to do this, I don't know if this works, but let me see. If I build up here, vertical. Oh, I need to go higher. We must go higher. The reflection does not go away. All right, good to know. Worth a shot. Have to try it. Bet I can replace this with a different window. Because these are the windows I use upstairs, but I also haven't used these before. Maybe these are less reflective? They're not. I think all glass is going to be the same amount of reflective. It's just a matter of... You know, I told myself I didn't want to add a dimensional depot for silica, and yet here I am wishing I had added a dimensional depot for silica. You can't win them all. I was going to try to put that window down because I thought that might look better. That's the same thing, but it's all glass. It's going to have the same glass texture. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what I put here. Let's see, I think I put a window wall here. Was it in architecture? I don't know. I had a wall here that had some kind of... I think it was this one. Wait. How do I not have the materials to build the wall that was here? I don't understand. Okay. So I can't replace it. I have to dismantle it and then place it. It's the exact amount of materials that I have for it. I see how it is. So if I want to put it back, I have to dismantle it, both of them, and then put them back. And for these, I gotta repaint the walls too, because that's gonna be a different color. There we go. If I could just get a little bit higher, that reflection would go away. It's based on height. I see. If I do this, maybe? It's not quite as reflective, although I can't see as far in now. I'll just do a temporary thing. It's for the picture. Whoa, get out of here. Factory noises. Anyway, no more pictures. I'm done. I'm just gonna park in the parking lot here, it's closer. And I still haven't made this area parking lot. Oh well. Here's one. So now I'm out of the way and I'm not gonna interfere with any vehicles. Everything's good. I lied, here's a picture. Had to do it. Alright, let's see who's streaming, if anybody's streaming. 1 second. Oh, heck yeah. Wonder if they're gonna be streaming for much longer, though. Oh well, one way to find out. Let's go! Alright, well, I do appreciate you guys hanging out again for another stream. I ended up streaming for a lot longer than I expected to, but I did finally finish the Starter Factory. Hopefully I can stream again on Wednesday. We'll see if I have time. I am pretty busy with real-life work commitments, so we'll see if I have time to stream Wednesday. If not, I will stream again next Saturday for sure. So, till then, thank you guys for hanging out, and enjoy the raid! Bye!